Hello and welcome to the End User Computing Tech Summit, workplace strategies for delivering any app on any cloud. This event is brought to you by Nutanix and produced by Actual Tech Media. Thank you so much for joining us on this special EUC Tech Summit. If you're interested in learning all about end user computing, you're in the right place. This is going to be an amazing event. Now, before we jump into it, just a few things that you should know about today's presentation. My name is David Davis of Actual Tech Media, and I'll be serving as the moderator. We want this to be an educational event. We have EUC experts standing by to answer all of your questions. You can place those questions there in the questions box. We'll be doing our best to answer every question throughout the event, so keep those good questions coming. We also have a number of handouts available for download in the Handouts tab. I encourage you to download those for additional information on Nutanix EUC solutions. They won't be as easily accessible after the event, so download them now. Also, I should mention that you'll find the schedule for today's event in the bottom of your screen with the icon labeled Agenda. And finally, prizes. We'll be announcing the winner of 6 Visa $500 gift cards during today's live event. If you're watching this on demand, I'm sorry, the drawings have already occurred. The prize terms and conditions can be found in the Handouts tab. And with that, let's kick off today's EUC Tech Summit with our first presentation.
Hello, everyone, and a warm welcome to Nutanix End User Computing Tech Summit from our headquarters in San Jose, California. This year, 2020, has been a year of many changes, and the coronavirus impacted how we live, how we work, and how we learn. And not only we had to adapt to new tools and new work environment quickly for ourselves, but we also had to help our spouses and our kids do things that, frankly, they've never done before. And being a parent myself, I want to give a special shout out to all of you with school-age kids at home for being the best IT support in the world. Know your family appreciates it. So what did we learn through these last 9 months as vendors and as users ourselves, and how can technology really help us navigate this new reality? What will the future of school and future of work look like beyond the virus and beyond the vaccine? There is so much happening in end user computing right now. And I'm so excited that today we're starting a conversation and starting to share experiences that span data center and clouds, cloud native brokers like Frame, and traditional brokers like Citrix and VMware. And if you are already an expert and using virtual apps and desktops, or are you're just starting with end user computing, I really hope that you'll find good, no fluff technical information today and use it in your future decisions. So once again, big thank you for your time, whether you're watching this live or on demand, and I'm very much looking forward to our ongoing conversation.
Hey, warm welcome to EUC Tech Summit. How nice for joining. I'm Ruben, I'm a technologist, and I'm passionate about end user computing. You'll learn how EUC is leading the way, that 2020 is exciting, that Windows desktops are dead, from cloud first to cloud smart, and hot off the press news in the EUC landscape. So what are we really trying to do here? And why do we care about end user computing? Well, EUC must be consumer simple. We, you, me, we, us, we are consumers of our business services. So hiding complexity for us, but also for administrators, is fundamental for EUC. That is our mission. And that doesn't apply to Nutanix only. My story here isn't a Nutanix specific story, but also applies to you in your environment or to other vendors listening now or later. Challenge us, challenge me, challenge them to make it really consumer simple. Why? Because at the end, it's about simple. Simple is an art. Simple is a superpower. And EUC is all about getting work done. How to get work done? Well, is EUC really about end user computing, or is it more about collaboration, communication, creation, content creation? We look at this long list with a lot of technologies and products attached to that. Yeah, that's where exciting is all about. Like, it's great to see this large landscape of awesome technologies. And that's why EUC is exciting. Services, applications, devices, users, yay. So yeah, EUC is exciting, and I'm happy to be part of the EUC community and EUC family. And 2020 was exciting as well. Like, who led the digital transformation in your company? What happened with the speed of digital transformation in 2020? Well, for sure, 2020 was the year of VPN. And 2020 was the year of Zoom and Teams, with our own typical Zoom and Teams lingo. And this is the special 2020 and 2021 edition. And finally, we can say 2020 was the year of desktop as a service and VDI. A lot of people bought new cloud-based VDI, DaaS. People with no VDI were using desktop as a service. People with VDI, virtual apps and desktops, were adding more resources to their existing platforms so they can support more users. So yes, we could say, and we can say, and we will say, 2020 was the year of VDI and desktop as a service. While I'm not in the office with work from here as default, what is the actual culture then? How do companies retain colleagues? How do we deliver a great employee user experience when everyone is not in the same place? Challenging questions, and the answer is not that technology alone is the solution. It's a mixture of culture and technology and people and processes. It's a combination of that. And that's the new reality. So EUC makes it possible that my 3 kids are able to learn from a distance. Makes it possible that my friend who works in a large engineering organization can continue designing and building large factories. It enables me to get work done from here, from now, from home. Wow, thanks. Alrighty, let's switch to the second topic. Windows Desktop is dead. Some people already have seen these strange monoliths in Utah and other places in the world, right? Some even did have Windows logos on them. But indeed, is this the Windows desktop or the Microsoft desktop in 2021 and beyond? Good question. Well, for many, this is the Microsoft desktop in 2021 and beyond. And when you look at this spectrum of technologies, what a difference Microsoft made and changed, and what a different Microsoft is compared to years and years ago. And it's great to see. So in that context, who cares about Windows in a cloud and mobile first world? Is Windows relevant? Does this apply like nobody cares? Well, maybe it's wrong. Remember, I did share this bigger EUC picture before. This bigger EUC picture contains Windows apps with 35 million Windows apps. So Windows is powering businesses in 2020, in 2025, in 2030, for many, many, many years to come. And all the easy Windows apps are already migrated to web, SaaS, mobile. Welcome to the club, we are stuck with the complex Windows apps for a long time. And that's not a bad thing per se. It's just part of the EUC landscape, part of the EUC application landscape to get work done. But what if you can run Windows apps in the interface end users prefer? And the interface can be a browser, Windows Start menu, Linux, Google Shelf, Mac Dock, mobile apps, so anywhere. But it also can be something completely different. And what if Slack is the new workspace? Like, who saw this coming? Salesforce entering the digital workspace with a mega deal, $27 billion acquisition of Slack. Maybe Slack is the new workspace, or Teams is the new workspace, Or the yet to come .inc is the new workspace, not invented yet. We'll see what happens next year or next years. So instead of everything into one workspace interface, the application delivery platform is able to interface with every interface with close to native experience possible. Windows apps launch Windows apps from everywhere, from every interface. This example is a good example. Like, why not use Slack with virtual Windows app delivery integration? Add a bot, type Photoshop, a couple of seconds later, Photoshop will just launch. Or deep integration into Office 365 application launcher, where you can add Windows apps into the Office 365 application launcher. Maybe integration with OneDrive as well. You double click on a PSD file and automatically Photoshop with that file will open, without installing anything on that device. No client, no agent, no plugin, no receiver, no nothing, just browser. Or what if applications integrate into Teams directly? Or apps integrate into existing interfaces like Citrix Workspace as an example, as you can see here. Or VMware Workspace ONE with deep integration. Or Workspace 365 with deep integration, where apps and content and data are all combined. And these integrations, they will leverage the existing identity platform. So when you log into Office 365 or Workspace 365, and you use, for instance, Azure AD, that token will be used to single sign-on to these Windows applications. Or what if, with a single click, it is possible to create a progressive web application, PWA. Web application which look and feel like local apps, including roaming capabilities, including docking to Start menu, or Google Shelf, or Mac Dock, or Start menu, and so on and so on. With that, the desktop becomes the workspace, but not a single integrated workspace. So now we are getting to the point where we can see and use digital workspace, which is not the Microsoft Windows desktop. And that is what we expected and talked about for many, many years already, and is finally happening. So which front door do your business consumers, do your users use? Is it the Windows Start menu, Google Shelf, Mac Dock, Teams, Slack, Workspace 365, Citrix Workspace, Horizon 1? Or what if the answer is not one single door, but what if the answer is multiple doors? Then you need an EUC solution, which is easy to make that happen from a user and from an admin perspective. Cloud disrupts the norm, from cloud first to cloud smart. Without cloud, without public cloud, the world would look a lot different. Work from here, work from home would be very tough for many. Investigations and developments in medicine and vaccine would take much more time. Also in context of EUC, public cloud is disrupting the norm. From software to service, from VDI to desktop as a service, from Exchange to Office 365. Great, yes, public cloud is great indeed. But there are also real and serious downsides, topics to keep in mind. Together with Mark and Christian, we ran a large survey. Close to 700 people supported that survey. And when we asked the question, what are the biggest challenges in adopting public cloud? Cost, business case, legal regulation, trust, but also the availability and guaranteed capacity is a real concern. And performance is also described as a real concern. So what the experts won't tell you about storage performance and GPU options. So I just picked two items in the context of performance to go a little bit deeper. So what if you run a storage performance benchmark with a VDI profile, 80% write IOs, 20% read IOs, and use just a common storage platform for EUC on Azure, AWS, and GCP? Well, that's what you see here. Or you do a rerun with premium SSD, which has burst capacity, which is great. What is the simple summary of this benchmark? Well, performance in public cloud is not the same as you'll have on your local PC or workstation, or in a modern data center. Sometimes performance is poor. And keep in mind that the name, the technology standard SSD doesn't mean SSD performance like you have in your laptop. Is that an issue? Well, maybe. It depends what you have in mind, what the OS, what the application requires. And of course, this whole conversation will have impact also in the business case, in the TCO and ROI calculation. So what about GPU options? Well, it's great. It really is great to have multiple options, multiple GPU options in Azure, AWS, and GCP. It's awesome to have the flexibility to just spin up instances instantly in regions globally, machines with 4 NVIDIA T4 GPUs, and pay for the actual consumption. I know customers with 20,000 employees using GPU workstations, GPU powered workstations to support their engineering use cases. It's great to leverage public cloud for that. What kind of options are available and how do they perform? Well, that's what I investigated. I did run a benchmark with Azure, Amazon, GCP, and various GPU options. I was using SpecView Perf. In this example, I was running also some other benchmarks, but in this example, I will share SpecView Perf. And SpecView Perf is a set of runtimes applications under one umbrella. You can see here like Siemens NX, Maya, Creo, Katia, all kinds of apps running under the SpecView Perf application. And I'm running this application with different kind of instances, and each instance will have different CPU, RAM, GPU characteristics. And it's important to understand what the application requirements are, what the user expectations are, and match that what the instance can deliver. And that's what I've done with this particular benchmark specifically. So this is helpful to understand different machines, different resources in these machines. Sometimes clock speed can be a differentiator for certain applications. What kind of GPU, what kind of GPU family, that's what you see here with different instance types on Azure, Amazon, and Google. So you've seen many great options in the GPU context. Many customers use it on a daily basis, but there's also there are also things to keep in mind. For instance, like GPU hardware is lagging by 2 to 5 years. No NVIDIA vGPU, so no slicing of GPU on the NVIDIA side is available in public cloud. AMD GPU solutions are available, but capabilities are limited, for instance, on the encoding side. And overall, when you look at this whole spectrum, resource capacity of GPUs across the globe is a constraint or can be a constraint. So yes, cloud is great, but it's important to understand the use cases, the impact on ROI TCO calculations, the limitations and detail, and I just scratched the surface with 2 items I just mentioned. And these items are also applicable to on-prem. So yeah, cloud is great, but don't forget the details and don't forget the bigger picture as well. So please don't be a lemming. Cloud first doesn't mean cloud only. And go for cloud first to cloud smart. And cloud smart means flexibility, choice. Use the right tool for the right job. So what do AWS Outposts, Azure Stack Hub, Nutanix, and VMware have in mind? What does it mean in this context? So what I see is that Nutanix and VMware born in the on-prem world, connecting with public cloud, and hyperscalers, AWS, great example, Azure as well, connecting with the on-prem world, building a hybrid cloud infrastructure. So on-prem and public cloud, and run workloads where it makes sense. That's the value of hybrid cloud infrastructure. Topics like cost, availability, location from a data locality perspective, run apps close to the data, location from a legal regulation perspective, and of course performance. These elements determine where to run workloads in public clouds, on-prem. And important is that you use the right tools for the right job, as I mentioned earlier, but also the same tools with people with knowledge and people with skills who can manage these 2 infrastructures. And if you use the same tools and there's no difference between on-prem or cloud from a deployment, from a management, from an tools perspective, then you are in a really great shape. And that's what I mean with hybrid cloud infrastructure. So next topic, final topic in this keynote is hot off the press with EUC. Look at this awesome list. Super exciting. Look at all these developments and discussions which are happening. I'll just pick a couple of them to highlight here. And also what's next? Quantum computing EUC edition. Every user, every device, in every place, all at the same time. Who knows what happens? We'll see in a decade from now. So the first topic is GPUs for speed and experience. I love GPUs. GPUs are great. They're great for games. They're great for VDI, DAS, for AI. What I also like is there's a nice battle happening between AMD and NVIDIA. And competition is a healthy thing. And one of the newer items here are GPUs with real-time ray tracing. And ray tracing is a rendering technique that can produce incredible realistic lighting effects. And that's what you see here in this small video. But also GPUs and also real-time ray tracing can be very applicable in collaboration. So what if you can work together with different devices, different apps, different locations, but all synced and working together real time? Or what if you combine Zoom or Teams with virtual reality support and combine that with what you see here in action? Maybe that is the collaboration.next, the collaboration feature of the future. Nice. Exactly. Collaboration.next. Our job as EUC IT professionals is to de-suckify user experience. What does it mean? Well, what I mean with that is we should focus on remote user experience tracking and reporting. Now you might say, well, I've been there. I know what kind of tools I should use for that. But the problem is that we spend so much time on telemetry data. So the focus is telemetry data, CPU utilization, application usage, network bandwidth. And these telemetry data is important, is valuable for sure. But what we forgot is that we forgot to look at what the real user experience is. And there are tools in the making like Rex and NVIDIA NFactor, which both are possible to measure and record user experience. And then if you combine that, so the real user experience, you can see here on the left high quadrant, that's in this case a video of real user experience captured, and combine that with real-time connected to telemetry data, then you have a complete picture. Okay, what is the user experience and what kind of telemetry data is attached to that? And that's really great to see that different friends and different vendors in this space take remote user experience tracking and monitoring analytics really serious. Oh well, yeah, time is flying when you're having fun. I really enjoyed it. You've learned and seen that end user computing is leading the way, helping you, me, my kids, us, we to get work done with a big smile, and that is exciting. Thanks for joining, and have a great event.
And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenters on today's EUC Summit. Welcome Jerian and Ruben from Nutanix for the GeekFest EUC demo-only party. Take it away.
Hey, welcome. Welcome to our EUC demo-only party. Welcome to GeekFest. You will see technology from Nutanix, from Citrix, from Microsoft, from Amazon, from Google, from NVIDIA in action. No slides, no fluff, just demo, demo, and demo to show the latest developments in end-user computing. Super exciting. Jerian will sing the Citrix song at our party, and I'll dance with Frame tonight. Jerian, it's your turn. Take it away.
Thanks, Ruben. Thanks for having me to the party today. So my name is Jarian Gibson, and I am here to sing the Citrix song. And today we are going to show you how easy it is to get started with Citrix Virtual Apps and Desktop Service using Nutanix clusters in AWS. In this session, we'll go through and build a cluster, use Citrix Cloud Connect, and then deploy both MCS and PVS on clusters. Again, my name is Jarian Gibson. I am a Staff Solutions Architect at EUC Engineering in Nutanix. So let's go ahead and get started with our demos for the demo party. So first thing we're going to do is deploy the cluster. And so we're going to go into our portal for clusters, enter the information, give it a cluster name, select our cloud account to use for billing and purposes, select our region, select our availability zone, select our networking. Once we have our networking selected, we're going to go ahead and select our instance type. For EUC, we recommend using the i3 metal nodes, and we're going to do 4 nodes. Use our SSH key, check our version, which is going to be 5.18, and then open up our networking for access. The one thing here too is that we have reference architecture guides for Citrix on clusters in AWS, and we recommend using the i3 metal nodes. Now that we have our information for networking completed, we will go ahead and look at our summary and then deploy our cluster. Again, we're going to deploy 4 nodes. You can start with the minimum of 3 nodes in clusters and expand up to 16, or go back down to 3 nodes based on your needs. After a while, you will see the cluster will be creating in the portal. We're going to go ahead and drill down into that cluster and see what's going on with the cluster build. Once we drill down, you see the cluster is booting, then goes into the installing phase, and you see now that we have IP addresses and cluster node names. Once the installation is complete, you will see the cluster form, and then you will see the cluster running. Once the cluster is running, after about 35 to 40 minutes, you'll be able to launch Prism. But before we do that, we're going to go ahead and modify one of our security policies for the user VM networking to make sure our traffic is allowed back to our on-prem cluster for access for the networking. That way we can access on-prem resources like domain controllers, Citrix licensing for PVS, and other resources we need. Going to go ahead and add that to the rule. And then once that's done, we will go ahead and launch Prism, do our first setup of the cluster with our credentials, change our password, and so forth. Once that's done, we will go ahead and log into Prism with our new password. Now, to save some time on this demo, we've already used protection domains to replicate our VMs over to the cluster and set up our storage and our user VM networking on the cluster. So now we're going to go through and deploy Connect to Citrix Cloud through Prism. You see we have a resource location with no cloud connectors. We will go ahead and go back to Prism, go into our settings, click on Connect to Citrix Cloud, and enter our information to get API access to Citrix Cloud. Our credential ID, our client ID, and our secret key. Once we have entered those, we will click Connect and start putting our settings in to deploy our Cloud Connector VMs. We'll go through and ensure high availability. Use an existing resource location that's empty that we already set up. Look for our template. So we have a template that we have set up. Select our networking, enter our VM names and our networking settings. In our templates, we have Windows Server 2019, and we put some extra scripting for sysprep to automatically deploy the plugin for Nutanix as well. The Cloud Connect only automatically installs the Cloud Connector portion from Citrix, but again, with some scripting, we can also automate the deployment of the Nutanix plugin for Citrix Cloud. So let's go ahead and enter our networking and domain information. And once complete, we will save the information and continue. And we will automatically deploy the Cloud Connector VMs based on our template. Again, it's a sysprep template with Windows Server 19 and some extra scripting to also deploy the Nutanix plugin for Citrix. So you see here, our VMs are deployed, 2 of them from our template. We go look at the VM, we'll see our 2 Cloud Connector VMs in there. And once they're done, we'll go ahead and log into them just to make sure everything installed as it should. So let's go ahead and log in. Once we log in, we're just going to go look in Add and Remove Programs to see it's there. And you will see the latest cloud connector is downloaded from Citrix, and also through our scripting magic, we have also automatically installed the Nutanix plugin for Citrix Cloud. Let's go ahead and check the other one to make sure that one's good to go. And these VMs deploy usually in about 30 minutes, sometimes even less. But let's go ahead and log in here, making sure that this one has both of our components installed. And again, through the miracle of scripting, we were able to easily have a script as part of sysprep to deploy the Nutanix plugin as well, instead of having to manually install it. Everything checks out well here. And so now let's go ahead and go back to our VMs. Looking at these, we have templates here for PVS and MCS. We'll first start off with MCS, so we're going to go ahead and make sure our snapshot is there, which we've already taken. So we see our master image snapshot is there. Go back to our resource location, refresh, and now we should see our two automatically deployed cloud connectors show up in the Citrix Cloud portal. Now let's go to our management studio for virtual apps and desktops, and we will be using the newly released Web Studio. You still have the option to use the HTML5 Studio, but we're using the new Web Studio. Let's go through and showing you that we have no resources here, no delivery controllers, delivery groups, no machine catalogs, and no hosting connections. So now we have our cloud connectors deployed. Let's go ahead and add our hosting connection to our Nutanix cluster in AWS. So we'll go through, select Nutanix AHV, making sure that we have the plugin installed in all cloud connectors in our Citrix virtual apps and desktops service tenant. Enter our IP address to the cluster, enter our credentials to the cluster, and give it a connection name. Once we're done entering information, we'll go ahead and click Next. Select our networking and give it a network name. Look at our information and click Finish. Now that we're done with our hosting connection, we can go ahead and do the deployment of machine creation services machine catalog. So go through the wizard, select our single session OS, make sure we select our proper resources and our management type. Choose our desktop experience, choose our VDI container, which we have set up for compression only, inline compression. Select our master image snapshot, change the VDA version to 2003 since we have the 2009 VDA installed. Go ahead and we'll deploy 50 machines and then modify our resource settings. Now we select our computer accounts, our OU location, and give it a machine naming convention. Since we're deploying MCS, we will give it MCS type name to easily identify it. Click Next, enter our credentials to the domain. That way we can create machine accounts. Look at our summary and give it also a machine catalog name as well. We'll use MCS in the name so we know which catalogs are which, because we will be deploying both MCS and PVS. We'll go through, and then we have all of our machines deployed. So now that we have our machines deployed, we will go ahead and create a delivery group so we can access those machines. So go down to delivery groups, create the delivery group, add our 50 machines for MCS we just created. Just go ahead and let anyone with authenticated access them. Add our desktop. That way we see the published desktop icon in Citrix Workspace. And give it a delivery group name. Now that we have that completed, we will go to Workspace, refresh it, and we should see our desktop icon. So there's our MCS desktop, which we will go ahead and launch. Now that we have the delivery group created, they will start powering on, registering with the cloud connectors into the Citrix Cloud control plane, and then we'll be able to launch our Windows 10 desktop. Log into our desktop, and you'll see pretty simple and quick to get our Windows 10 desktops using MCS with Citrix Cloud on Nutanix clusters in AWS. Now that we've done MCS, what about Citrix provisioning or PVS? Let's go ahead and see what that process looks like with Citrix Cloud. As you see, we only have our MCS catalogs right now. And we'll go to our PVS console. We have our vDisk already created. We have our master target device there. But let's go ahead and use the Citrix Virtual Apps and Desktop Setup Wizard with the Nutanix plugin that is installed on our provisioning server. Go ahead and put in one of our Cloud Connector VMs in there. We will now authenticate to Citrix Cloud, put in our username and password, and our multi-factor information as well. Once we are authenticated, we will continue the Virtual Apps and Desktop Setup Wizard process. So now we're going to go through and select our resources based on our hosting connection in Web Studio, enter our credentials to our Nutanix cluster in AWS, select our template, and with PVS as well, we have a template there. With AHV, we create a VM. We make a snapshot just like we do with MCS, and we use that snapshot as our template to deploy our target devices from. So we select our proper template. 7.9 is the highest VDA version we can go. We'll select our vDisk that we have there already set up and configured. Give our machine catalog that we're going to create a name. We'll put PVS in the name so we can easily identify it. Use our desktop OS, random connections to it. Go ahead and create 50 desktops, and then modify our machine resources. With the Virtual Apps and Desktop Setup Wizard on Nutanix, we only have the option for Pixie, but you can use BDM, but it will fall back to Pixie if there's an issue. Go ahead and select our storage container for VDI, create our machine accounts in our domain, and select our OU location. Look at our summary, make sure everything's good to go, and then go ahead and kick the wizard off. Once the wizard is done running, we'll go back to Web Studio, see that we have our PVS machine catalog there, and now we will create our delivery group to publish our desktop resource to our users. We will add the 50. Just go ahead and allow authenticated users. At our desktop, and we'll also give this a descriptive name with PVS so we can easily identify it. Click Next. Review our summary and give it a delivery group name so we can also easily identify it by putting PVS in the name, and then click Finish. Once we are done, we will go back to Citrix Workspace and refresh. That way we can see our newly published PVS desktop. Now that we see our desktop there, we're going to go ahead and launch it and make sure that everything looks good there. One additional thing we are going to do in the PVS desktop is launch the status icon for the target device agent, just to show you that we are connected and we are write caching to the locally attached disk to the VM. What you see there, we're in read-only mode. We have our disk for write cache. And with Nutanix, we usually recommend using straight to disk, either through the local hard drive option or RAM with disk overflow with the RAM set at 0. Because in Nutanix, we can provide the storage performance where you don't need to use the RAM and can save that RAM for other resources. The other thing too here as well is make sure that with PVS on Nutanix that you have the PVS plugin installed for the Virtual Apps and Desktop Setup Wizard on the PVS servers, and you have the Nutanix plugin for Citrix on your delivery controllers or cloud connectors, because that will use the hosting connection created by those.
Great, thanks Jarian for your Citrix song. Now we'll transition to the other part of GeekFest. Hey, I'm Ruben. I'm a geek, I'm a technologist, and I'm passionate about end-user computing. This part is all about Nutanix Frame. Frame SuperPower is simple, like simple. Desktop as a service made simple. It's an art we master, hiding complexity for users and administrators. Of course, every vendor will say, hey, we're simple to use, we're easy to consume, blah, 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 blah. But I really challenge you to gut through the hype and test it yourself. See it in action. And that's what we'll do. I prepared a lot of demos to see Frame in action. I'm convinced Frame is different in many, many ways. And the best way to show it is in action. So here we go. Let's go. I've prepared 10 different demos to see Frame in action from a user and from an administrator perspective. Number 1, you will see multi-cloud deployment in action. You will learn how easy and fast it is to deploy 8 Frame accounts in 6 different continents using Nutanix HV, Azure, Amazon and Google infrastructure to support a global workforce and leveraging on-premises and public cloud resources for workload VMs. The infrastructure subscription is already set up. Pretty straightforward, easy to do, boring to demo. So that's already done and the demo starts from there. Alright, starting with the first Frame account. This one is using Azure, region West Europe. There are different networking options Frame supports. One of them is with private networking. It means the virtual machines, the workload machines, will get a private IP address. And to access these machines, we'll use an SDA, a streaming gateway appliance. SDA, some community friends call it secure gateway appliance, but it's a reverse proxy for the Frame remoting protocol. Setup and deployment, what you just saw, is done fully automatically. Multiple SDAs are being deployed, including certificates and including renewal of certificates. Alrighty, next one, Azure West US. This Frame account will be configured as a persistent desktop. Frame is able to support persistent and non-persistent. Persistent, different name, could be personal, like personal desktops. And Frame also supports pooled desktops, and published applications. Up next is a machine on Google, high-performance computing machine. This machine will have 4 NVIDIA T4 GPUs, an awesome machine for real-time ray tracing and high-performance end-user computing. Up next, Google account in Australia. Beautiful, Sydney. 2019, we'll use that OS as the base OS for the SandBox, and we use a Pro 16 machine. And Pro machines is just a name. Pro machines are professional workstations like a MacBook Pro. These instances contain a GPU, or maybe a vGPU. Righty, next one. Making progress here, great. Next one will be AWS in Tokyo, and we'll use a Linux guest OS. Frame is able to support Windows and Linux guest OSs. In this example, we'll use Ubuntu and Ubuntu on AWS. And finally, the last Frame account is using Nutanix AHV as infrastructure platform. This AHV cluster is equipped with NVIDIA GPUs, Tesla GPUs, and using grid software able to deliver vGPU technology, virtual GPU technology, slicing of GPU technology. Okay, this is it. Done. Within 4 minutes, 8 Frame accounts, 6 continents. Done. Check. Next. In this second demo, you will see the Frame Guest Agent auto update feature in action. A short demo. Here we go. Just power up the SandBox. Frame Guest Agent will communicate to the control plane. New version detected. Yep, detected. Bloop. New version. Done. Next. Good to go. Easy. Frame Enterprise Profiles is using profile disk technology. Each user profile is stored in a profile disk, and this disk will be attached at logon and detached at logoff. Configuration is easy as flip the switch. No file shares required, no configuration, just enable, and the profiles are stored on the same storage platform as the VMs are. Friends, don't let friends use roaming profiles and folder redirection in 2020. There are great alternatives, including Frame Enterprise Profiles, to solve the challenges around large user profiles. Number 4, we'll use one master machine, we call it SandBox, with many applications installed, and we'll hide these applications for different user groups. These groups of users, sales and designers in this example, only will have access to their own applications. Central image management, single frame account with multiple instances, all within the same account. Simple to set up, easy to main, action, let's go. This is the admin part of the 4th demo, showcasing the installed applications. These apps are installed in the SandBox. Can be done manually, can be done automatically, with the tools and processes used today. I've installed Office, Adobe software, Autodesk software, Blender, and we'll use Microsoft masking technology to hide these applications. We'll create different rules and attach different user groups to these rules. This is the end user part of the demo. First, designers will log in. You will see that designer apps are available on the workstation machine, the Pro machine. This machine does have an NVIDIA GPU and enough CPU and memory resources to run all the designer applications. Yep, GPU, NVIDIA, Grid T4, 2Q profile, good to go. No Office, Adobe, Autodesk, Blender, check, all available. And you can see the shortcuts here as well. Second, the sales user will log in. No designer application will be available, not visible. Only sales applications, in this example it will be Office, is available. This group of users will use the Frame Launchpad and the cloud PC using Air or Edge instances, so no GPUs will be used here. All Office. Let's go to Explorer, only Office, no Adobe, no Blender, no Autodesk, no GPU. And again, still using the same master machine with all the apps installed in the same frame account, leveraging multiple instance types in the same frame account to support sales and designer use cases. Awesome, great. The fifth demo is great. We'll create frame-powered Windows applications running as progressive web applications. All done with a couple of clicks. These progressive web applications will follow the user while roaming from device to device. And progressive web application will have the ability to dock directly in Windows Start menu or Google Shelf. So no need to use a frame launchpad. Also, the identity provider configured ensures single sign-on for the best user experience. We'll just add a couple of progressive web applications here, 4 in total. Adobe, well, Excel and Power BI. I fast forwarded that demo a little bit. No need to wait on that, but you will see like the fourth one, Inventor, being added here as well. So 4 apps are being sort of installed on this machine, in this case manually. It's also possible to download a zip file so that you can use tools to sort of push these progressive web applications to your devices through management tools. Alright, let's launch an application, Inventor in this example. Easy, huh? Good. Yep, running high-end graphics application, leveraging frame remoting protocol, all running in a progressive web application with a couple of clicks. Easy, cool, awesome. Alrighty, number 6. This demo is about progressive web applications running on my Google Pixelbook. The progressive web applications are attached at the user. They follow me when I roam from device to device. The application will be pinned to the Google Shelf. In this example, this is user-driven, but of course this can also be controlled by the IT department, leveraging modern device management tools. Alright, let's launch some progressive web applications on my Google Chromebook. Beautiful, easy, simple, done, cool. Lucky number 7. What if you want to bring frame-powered Windows applications to your own HTML5 interface? Maybe Office 365 Application Launcher, Citrix Workspace, VMware Workspace 1, Workspace 365, or any workspace aggregator. With a couple of clicks, you can create launch links and use these URLs, including identity integration, with your own HTML5 interface. Right now we'll use Workspace 365 and I want to add an additional frame-powered Windows application to the already configured 7 apps. I go to the frame account, I add the application I want to add to my launchpad. I click on the 3 dots, click on Advanced Integration, select the already configured IDP, in this example the same IDP as I use for Workspace 365. Select the application and click on Copy Launch Link. Now go to Workspace 365, add a new application, add a new link, customize that link with a nice icon, a friendly name. Yep. No typo, no. And add the URL which was just generated in the frame account. Yep, added, save, done. Simple, huh? Now you can launch applications, hence the name launch link, straight from any HTML5 interface. So no need to use the frame launchpad or PWA, just straight from, in this example, Workspace 365. Yep, frame-powered application, running from a browser, run any application in a browser, including high-end graphics, resource-intensive applications, all aggregated into the Workspace aggregator. Demo number 8. We're making progress. This demo is all about thin clients and Frame. And what you see here is Agile Edge OS with Frame app for Linux in action. Frame app for Linux or Windows or Mac is using a browser engine, Chromium, wrapped into our own application. All the Frame remote protocol developments and the Frame platform developments apply to the Frame app as well. It's a browser engine, great. Frame app will unlock functionality the browser is limited to do. For instance, smart card support or best user experience in a multi-monitor setup. I'm running all kinds of applications inside my Frame session. You saw Silverlight, now you see Power BI Desktop. And I did set up my Frame session on this Agile OS. I'm based in the Netherlands, that's where this machine is running. And this environment is running all kinds of apps. Right now you see Revit. The machine is a workstation, a cloud workstation machine, including a GPU. So I can run this and also some other applications. Right, let's run a DirectX application. Run any application in a browser or a browser engine is what you see here in action. This application is rendering at 1700 frames per second on the server side. And on the client side, it will receive roughly 60 frames per second. And we are really sort of stressing the Frame remote protocol here. Why? Because this machine is running in Singapore, more than 200 milliseconds away from where I am based in Netherlands. Frame remote protocol works really well in LAN and WAN environments. And that's what you see here in action. Demo number 9 is fun. Run any application in a browser. MSIX Retro and Remastered. We'll use MSIX technology to deploy and access a real old application. This application is delivered via our partner AppCure and normally is very, very tough to run in a modern Win 10 environment. Who remembers this great game? I did spend quite some time playing this game in the earlier Windows XP days. Love it. This one as well.
Mission loaded.
Acknowledge.
New construction options. Building.
Ready and waiting. At once.
Construction complete. New construction options.
Ready and waiting. Agreed.
Battle control terminated.
Oh, wow, great. I did spend so much time with both games and also preparing this Geek Fest. It was really fun. Gone are the days of traveling. Somewhere in time we will be able to fly again. Meanwhile, some people in the community really do everything to bring back these memories. Including playing Microsoft Flight Simulator in a desktop as a service environment.
Skip Hall Tower, Docker Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra Alpha at runway 27 ready for takeoff west departure.
Dare Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra Alpha cleared for takeoff runway 27 west departure approved.
Cleared for takeoff runway 27 Docker Golf Sierra Alpha.
Nice. Demo number 10 is a combination of Frame app for Windows and special peripherals connected inside the Frame session, such as the 3D Connection Space Mouse. You see that I'm connecting the Space Mouse here inside my session, and now I'm controlling the Space Mouse. And you can see that inside my session, this application, this object, is using the Space Mouse. I'm not super experienced in controlling the Space Mouse, but yeah, it works. Good stuff. Unlock new use cases. Check, done, simple. That was fun. 10 demos in 20 minutes. Cool to see powerful, simple, unique, great examples of Frame in action with great admin and user experience. But there's one more thing. Remember we deployed a beefy machine with 240 gigabyte of RAM, 64 CPUs, 4 NVIDIA T4 GPUs, which contains 10,000 GPU cores and 64 gigs for video RAM. What can you do with this beast? Any examples? Well, all about this. Finally, there's an instance where you can run Teams and Chrome simultaneously. Yay! Mission accomplished. A quick overview of the demos. Always fun to see the achievement. Nice. Great success. You've seen how desktop as a service can be simple and powerful with great user and admin experience. If you want to experience Frame yourself, you can go to nutanix.com/frame and sign up for the trial or use a test drive to see Frame in action yourself. Thanks for being part of GeekFest. Thanks for joining. See you next time.
And before we introduce our next presenter on the GeekFest event today, it's time for our first Visa gift card prize winner. We have a Visa $500 gift card going out to Carol Nguyen from California. Congratulations, Carol Nguyen from California. We've got 5 more gift cards still to give out on the EUC Summit today. So stick with us. Thanks for being here. And with that, it's time now for our next presentation. I'm excited to introduce Gabby and Paul from Nutanix, who will be talking about the Nutanix EUC Foundation, the world of VDI, desktop as a service, and more.
Welcome to our EUC Essentials session. So we were asked to explain a little bit more about the differences that exists in the world of EUC and VDI and DAS. And you see, I'm already using these acronyms around. And if you're new to this topic, you might not know what is behind these. So we are here to explain all the differences and talk a little bit about why Nutanix is the best fit for EUC infrastructure. And also, if you're not new to VDI and not new to Nutanix, just stay with us. You will have maybe 1 or 2 laughs. And depending on the time zone, you can also have a little drinking game and drink one on us if you hear the word EUC.
But are you encouraging people to drink?
No, never. I didn't say what they should drink.
That's true.
Water, tea.
Water, tea, yeah. Lemon juice, orange juice. It's always 5 o'clock somewhere. Yeah.
Rotten juice somehow. Anyway, so my name is Gabi and I live in Munich, or close by Munich. I'm a solution architect and I'm 20 years now in the IT industry, and 10 of those years I spent in the EUC industry. So 8 years at Citrix. So in the picture showing that's me with a bunch of Citrites and ex-Citrites at the IGIL Disrupt in February, when we're allowed to have a party together, a real party together. And I hope I see everyone the next time on a real party again.
And so me, very quickly, name is Paul Murray, also solutions architect, but in Northern Europe. I was born in the UK, lived in Munich for a couple of years, now lived in Sweden for 6 or 7 years, was in Switzerland, somewhere in between. Outside all this Nutanix stuff, outside of EUC, grab a glass, outside of EUC, another one, we've actually got a farm, so I look after pigs and ducks and sheep and all that sort of stuff. So that's the real job, not this EUC stuff. Anyway, what are we going to talk about? So first of all, like Gabby said, it's sort of an introduction into all of this end user computing technology, all the different components that make up this sort of superset of technologies that allow companies or IT admins, call it whatever you want, to be able to provide access to applications for their users and stuff like that. So uncovering the differences, some about what's actually including all those different types of technologies, and then finish off this 30 minutes with some of the options that we've got as Nutanix to be able to provide that platform. Now, we're not going to be talking just about Nutanix. We're talking about Citrix technologies, VMware technologies, other sorts of technologies. So it's not a Nutanix only event. It definitely is vendor agnostic. The only sort of commonality there is the Nutanix stuff, so running on Nutanix platforms. So that being said, who's going to do this one, Gabby? You or me? What did we agree to? That I was going to do the EUC?
You had such a nice EUC monologue that I said you're going to have the EUC part.
Such a nice EUC monologue. Brilliant. So let me get on my high horse and do the EUC monologue. Right. To me, end user computing, as Gabby sort of mentioned earlier, it's an umbrella term for everything related to providing an environment for an end user or for an employee to be able to do his job. It's not just a technology that allows you to be able to connect to an application or to be able to connect to a desktop in the cloud. Like I said, it's an umbrella term. That being said, most software vendors, whether that's Citrix, VMware, Nutanix, or whoever, they will use this term EUC to imply the ability to be able to connect to a virtual desktop, virtual application, or a desktop in the cloud. So like I always say to customers, EUC is not VDI.
Yeah, but marketing loves the VDI acronym. I mean, they invented it, so they keep on using it, even if they meant virtual apps or remote desktop.
Yeah.
Yeah, which brings us to VDI. So what is then the VDI term? When you hear the VDI, it's when people talk about the one-to-one session. So you have a user and the user connects to like his own virtual machine. Could be Linux, Windows 10 or Windows Server machine, but it's exclusively for this one user. So you have a one-to-one connection.
And DAS, so if VDI is a connection to a single desktop, what's then desktop as a service? I'm asking you. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, desktop as a service is now, you still have that one-to-one connection, but the management and maybe even the virtual machine you connect to is running in the cloud. So desktop as a service also comes in different flavors. So you can have the management done in the cloud and your virtual machines running on-premise in your own data center. So you're still safe on data and everything, but the cloud is hosting your infrastructure. And as a service, which means you don't have to update the infrastructure VMs or take care about backup. Well, you always should take care about backup, but you don't have to take care about databases and high availability.
Yeah, okay. So so far I've heard two. It's virtual desktops. So your desktop typically on-prem, that one-to-one connection. And then the same sort of concept, but if you want cloudified or SaaSified, so desktops as a service. We've mentioned applications quite a few times. So where does this whole application infrastructure or the application concept, where does that fit into EUC?
Well, if we give you the handout, I found quite a nice picture explaining it. So for VDI, you have that person, he has his own beach, there's no one around, he has all the resources of the beach for himself. So in a hosted shared connection, you sharing the resources with other users. So you're not sharing just the platform, the hardware platform, but you're also sharing the operating system. So it maybe looks like you're the only one working on this, but in practice, there are like 10, 15, 20, or even 40 users working on the same virtual machine as you are.
Okay.
That's more cost effective, definitely, but it's also can lead to a worse user experience if you don't do it right.
Okay. Obviously, I understand that as well. I just wanted to sort of ask that question so it's very clear to those attendees that have not had much to do with this sort of concept so far. So like we said, end user computing is this umbrella term. Part of that is virtual desktop infrastructure, so the one-to-one. So basically my desktop virtualized put somewhere else in the data center, typically on-prem, and then desktop as a service, that same concept, but running in the cloud with cloud management planes. And then the one that's actually not on the slide, again, not go through all the reasons here, but it's sort of got swallowed into this concept of VDI, is the virtual application or virtual application infrastructure. So to mention company or vendors, we talk about this later on. If you look at Citrix, they talk about Citrix virtual apps and desktops. So that's an important distinction to understand when you're confronted with, what do I choose? Do I choose a virtual desktop infrastructure, a virtual application infrastructure, or maybe I want to have that cloud first? So again, some of those questions that you're going to be confronted with, which we will help you to answer in the next sort of 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, also a decision you have to make when you're designing an EUC infrastructure. Which direction are you going, and how are you going to provide those apps to your users?
Yeah. So, as you mentioned, the whole design is an important aspect. We've both been doing these projects for many, many years, and it would be wrong to say that we've never seen a project that hasn't failed. It happens. There's one thing that I always say is probably getting a bit too monotonous now, is it's hardware, it's software, it's going to fail, it's going to have problems. So this whole design phase is extremely critical in understanding the right technology to use for your user requirements, but also what you want to achieve as a company, whether you have a cloud-first strategy, or whether you have a hybrid strategy, or a purely an on-premise strategy, or whether you have a sort of a mix of those different types of computing environment.
So one thing which is not going to work is take away the laptops or computers of your users and just throw them a remote shared desktop in the way, which is maybe not right size for all the people working together on one piece of hardware.
Right. There's other sessions later on in the event where guys are going to be talking about frame design or virtual apps and desktop design, so on-premise design. So Keith and Sven are talking about that. Rune will be talking about the frame stuff. So again, design is extremely important in answering or providing that user experience that the end users are expecting. So when it comes to Nutanix and some of the characteristics or some of the features, functionality that we provide to be able to build that platform, to be able to build an environment where you can successfully run virtual applications, virtual desktops, or desktop as a service. So, okay, without going through the complete list, we've just got a few on the screen there, so we can talk through those. But
can I talk about my favorite feature?
Sure. I don't know what that is. What is it?
It's data locality.
Okay. Go on, off you go.
Yeah, I'm from my background before I joined Citrix, I was at EMC and NetApp, so I know that these storage arrays can provide good performance, but there's still the problem with the way to get there and all the infrastructure in between. And if you think about new technologies like NVMe, you don't want to go away to get your data. You want to have it fast and direct access, and you want to have it local. So this is a cool feature Nutanix provides, because whenever a virtual machine writes data, it writes it and stores it locally and somewhere else, but we don't care about somewhere else now, because when it reads back, then it reads also local, and that's the fastest performance you can get. And this brings like scalability features and shadow clones. It's all coming together with data locality and our intelligence.
It's an important technology, and It's one that I'm not sure what I call my favorite feature. I never thought about it actually, but it's an essential feature in building that. If you want to talk about it commercially, building that successful deployment, or if you want to talk about it technically, building a platform, like you said, that scales linearly. So you can start today with a few hundred users and scale that out to thousands, tens of thousands, literally hundreds of thousands if you need to go that far. So that linear scalability is essential, but it's built on this data locality stuff. Again, the session later on that will go to that in more depth, but the way I talk about that is SAN technology works. I mean, I don't like saying that technology doesn't work. I like to say that Nutanix technology has been optimized for different ways of doing it. But if you look at SAN technology, like you said, there's disks out there, there's shared storage or whatever. It works, but they have the downsides. That's this whole concept around data locality. And every Nutanix SE will keep on going on and on and on about it. But it means your virtual machine is running with local data. And you can describe, you can take it to pieces as much as you want. You cannot get faster than local data. So that's why it's so important to us. Now that data locality is part of AOS. So again, more detail about that later on in the other sessions, but AOS is our operating system. So that's where we do this hyper-converged infrastructure stuff. Again, not going into all the depths or all the details around HCI, but AOS, our operating system, enables that HCI. Something that we've been doing for many, many years, probably 10, almost 11 years now. One of the most successful workloads initially was Citrix back in those days. So ZenApp or whatever it's called, sort of 10 years ago. There's an integrated hypervisor. On the financial view or the commercial view, it's integrated, it's not additional cost. So that's something that resonates with the finance guys. We talked about linear scalability. The NAS, you sort of hinted to it. So this AOS or the Nutanix platform, we can basically extend that platform to offer any sort of storage to your workloads. And
especially for your user profiles and home shares.
Yeah, exactly. So if you think about what you're building, exactly that. So if you think about what we're building, an EUC infrastructure or a virtual application infrastructure, you need to store user profiles. So why not provide or why not consume the same storage? And the last one, as we run out of time, built-in replication, disaster recovery, it's all part of this platform that we offer.
Oh, you missed one on the list, I'm just seeing. But now go back to this slide, because it's right down there. It's the lowest part of this list is networking security, which we also have a quite nice feature to offer, and it integrates very well with our VDI solution. Oh, there I said VDI solution, EUC solution. Maybe I should get a drink now if I say a VDI solution.
EUC is where they drink. You can say VDI all day long, you can't say EUC. Okay.
Yeah, but well, anyway. Yeah, if you look at this slide, this is how.
But just a second there again, because I think I interrupted, but it's an important point, is the networking security. Did you mention the product name?
No, I didn't.
Are you going to?
You want to? Go ahead.
No, you can.
It's called flow,
yeah.
Like network flow. And what we do is we control the network flow. So we have a microsegmentation in place, which is not that complex to configure. I'm not a networking person, and I struggle way back when they had all these different firewall rules and concepts of flowing data around. So with microsegmentation, we take that complexity off and just manage the user and its needs, its network needs, but without any firewall rules.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Can
I talk about the slide now?
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
So what you see here is a typical EUC infrastructure. So you have networking, you have data protection, storage, server virtualization, profile management, desktop app delivery, up to the delivery protocol. And if you're a really wild person, you can do that with every single vendor different. But that's not going to help your environment. So you will probably end up with this poor user experience. So if you have the possibility to keep the vendor stack really tiny, like 2 vendors, that would be a pretty nice solution, because it takes off the complexity.
Yeah. So I also think what's also important here is, again, to get across the distinction that what we're talking about here is typically, so not always, but it's typically an on-premise solution or an on-premise design. So like Gary said, the whole networking stack or the infrastructure piece, of those bottom 5, and then the top 4, everything related to managing and providing access to those applications or those desktops. I'll be honest, it depends on who I'm talking to, but the 2 logos above Nutanix, so the Horizon View or the Citrix logo, they are interchangeable. Now, I know there's guys that have a Citrix hat or prefer Citrix. I know there's guys that prefer Horizon View. That's not the discussion today. What we're trying to get across is this underlying platform. So the Nutanix platform will allow you to build a solution that will also allow you to run your EUC platform of choice most effectively. So whether that be Horizon View or the Citrix stuff. So again, whether Citrix talk about best-in-class user experience or whether Horizon View talks about best-in-class user experience, for the purpose of this presentation, it doesn't matter. They both offer very good access in terms of the user experience to your applications. So, I mean, this is typically that sort of on-premise solution. And also important is the last point there in those tick lists, or that tick list is the ready to go in hours and not weeks. Again, that has other implications. So building this infrastructure is a lot easier. It's more simplistic compared to traditional sort of 3-tier architecture. That allows us to be able to say that we can get this stuff up and running a lot quicker, which also means we can scale out a lot quicker. So we've not mentioned this whole lockdown stuff right now or coronavirus right now, but turn that around into agility. As an IT shop or an IT department, you've got the ability to add in additional workloads, add in additional users extremely quickly. So the business continuity stuff.
So how about I help you with the transition now, because we're running out of time, and we scale that to the cloud.
This one, you mean?
Ah, yes, perfectly prepared.
Go on, so this one.
So
you interrupted, so you carry on.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but we're running out of time.
No. So the next sentence was going to be that business continuity can also lead into the cloud. Off you go.
I'm sorry, I destroyed your transition. Yeah.
No.
So you probably heard about, if you now, this is the 4th or 5th session of today. So you heard we have a product called Zyframe, which enables you or us to provide you with a full stack for a VDI solution. Or damn it, I said it again. But Zyframe is a VDI solution and a desktop as a service solution. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, I'm not.
I'm not going to. The teacher told me not to talk anymore.
Okay, so with Zyframe, we provide a desktop as a service solution, so you can have the management and the desktops in the cloud, all from one single glass of pane management view. But also you can have your desktops on-premise. And we also give you the variety of clouds, so you can choose where to run your virtual machines.
Yeah, I mean, so it's not something to be overlooked. We're not trying to just spring through the Xi-frame story. So like I said, Ruben's going to be talking about that later. Stefan also on the sort of commercial side, introductory side. But what I always try to get across to customers is similar to the previous slide. We build that platform. And on top of that, you've got a set of technologies that allows you as an IT administrator to provide employees access to those applications. Now, the one thing that I will always get across is this piece. So the choice of cloud. Now, I know there is a desktop as a service solution from Amazon, same from Azure, all those different providers, all those different platforms. But one big benefit around Xi-frame is we can aggregate all of those applications, or all of those platforms into a single launch pad. So the user accesses a simple web browser, and based on what access he's got to different applications, those applications or those desktops are provided in that web browser. So it really is that true multi-cloud, hybrid cloud story, which is one of the big benefits or differentiators between Xi-frame and other desktop as a solution, desktop as a service solutions. So we running out of time then, Gabby?
Yeah, we have 5 minutes left.
Okay. So quick summary then. Picture that, or a couple of statements that I personally always like. I mean, EUC, it's part of our DNA. So Nutanix has been doing this for many years. It was one of the first workloads that we actually
make money with.
If you would put it that bluntly, yeah, that we made money with. Yeah. No, but it's true. It was one of the most successful workloads that we started with. I think in numbers, 80% of the workloads in the first year were EUC workloads. It's what we changed significantly in the way storage works. So again, that's part of our DNA. So you can say this in two ways. You can say that EUC was and always will be the best workload for Nutanix, but I prefer to turn that around and say that Nutanix will always be the best platform for running your EUC solutions, whether that is a Citrix solution, a VMware solution, or ours in terms of Xi-frame running on top of AHV. So EUC, like I said, is part of our DNA.
Yeah, that is true. So I think I saw a number flying around. So I'm not going to say the real number, because then Case will come after me and said it's not 100% proven. But it's millions of users every day work with our on our platform. So we've proven ourselves there, because, you know, I said, with the poor user experience, and we've done projects. I've been a Citrix consultant the first years, and I did infrastructure reviews, and most of the time you can pinpoint to the infrastructure, and then things get really complex to find out what is really the thing that is disturbing the infrastructure. So if you have a simple maintainable infrastructure in place, things get a lot easier.
No, it's very true. And whether Case wants to get annoyed about that number, there's many millions, and I know you're going to listen later on, mate, so I don't care, but plus, or was it, how do the Americans say it, north of 100,000 nodes running EUC workloads. So those are some of the numbers that we can't really work out exactly, but numbers that are important. So where are we now? It's going to be December when this is going out, but we just had our quarterly results, And in there, there's something like, was it 18,000 or 20,000 users or customers running Nutanix platforms? Of those, I mean, typically it's been 25 to 28% as EUC. So those are the numbers that we provide to stock exchanges. So those are the realistic numbers. It's not a version 1 solution. It's something that works exceptionally well.
Thank you for staying with us, and I hope you enjoyed our session. As Paul mentioned, more technical deep dive will be provided by Kees and Sven. And yeah, if you disagreed with us, yeah, come chat with us. And if you agreed with us, come drink with us. So have a nice day.
Excellent session. Really cool. Love those live demos. Thank you so much, Ruben. It's now time for our next session on today's EUC Summit. I'm excited to bring in now EUC industry leaders in the hot seat. This is a world-class interview by Ruben again, talking with veteran EUC leaders. And with that, back to you, Ruben. Take it away.
Hey, warm welcome. Thanks for joining this great session, EUC Leaders in the Hot Seat. You will hear from end-user computing giants, Christian Riley, former VP and CTO of Citrix, Sean Bass, CTO end-user computing services at VMware, and Nikola Bezinovic, founder of Frame and VP and GM desktop service at Nutanix. Also, you will learn what their family believe they are doing for a living. During the interview, I will share random words and ask for immediate response. You will see what their response will be. It will be fun. And there's much more to talk about. So stay tuned, enjoy. Alrighty, hey, welcome. Thanks, Sean, for joining. Great to see you. Long time no see, but good to see you.
Yeah, it has been.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we know each other for a while, but for the people who don't know you, please briefly introduce yourself.
Yeah, happy to. Hello, everyone. My name is Sean Bass. I'm the CTO of End User Computing at VMware.
Hey, Sean, how would your best friends or your parents describe what you do?
Oh, that's a great question. You know, I've got a number of family members that just say he does computer stuff, and then they just kind of leave it at that. But I think one of the funny things is when I always get a chance to hear my wife describe what I do to different people, it's always funny because she makes these explanations up, and I look at her and I'm like, that's not at all what I do. And she's like, well, tell me again what you do. And so I explain it to her, and then the next time I hear her describe it to a relative, it's again a different variation of that, and I'm like, yeah, that's still not what I do. So it's always an interesting interesting process.
That's nice. Hey, you're active in IT. You know a couple of my IT horror stories or IT shit what happened stories. Will not bother the audience with that right now, but what is your IT horror story?
Yeah, so I've actually had a number of them, but one of them that was not as bad as it could have been was pretty early in my consulting career. Me and my business co-founder, we ran a small IT consulting practice, and we were going out to some small services shop. I can't recall if it was an accounting office or a legal office or what it was. And we were there to do some computer work on, back in the day, this is just to give the context on how long ago this was, their NetWare server, their NetWare 312 server. And we had to do some work on the endpoint PCs as well. And my business partner, Alan, was really good about having like these crazy batch files and sequences and stuff on these disks that he'd carry around with them. So I asked him for one of his disks because I needed a tool off, some executable off one of the floppies. So he hands it to me, and I put it in this computer. And on the floppy, there's a whole bunch of executables, and there's some batch files. And I'm like, what is this batch file? And I click on it, and little did I know that this computer had that assistive feature for mouse usage. I think it's called like click lock or something like that, where a single click mimics a double click. So I clicked on this batch file with the intention of right clicking and doing edit or review or whatever, but instead it started running. And all I remember was about 1/10 of a second watching all this stuff scroll past the screen in like a DOS box. And all I remember seeing was like the hard disk partitioning command and the formatting command. And I was like, oh my God, it's like trying to run against this computer and format the hard drive while I'm on the computer.
Too late.
And luckily, this is one of those only circumstances where you're like, oh, antivirus actually did something to help you. The antivirus boot sector protection kicked in and stopped the partitioning and formatting command because it was trying to overwrite the boot sector.
Whoa.
But I had that moment where I was like, oh my God, I just screwed up this person's computer, and antivirus saved the day. Go figure.
Wow, great story, great story. Hey, so working from home, mental, like healthy, to stay healthy, like from a mental perspective, stay motivated, work from home, small office. If you're fortunate to have a small office working from home, how do you keep yourself like motivated and find a decent, and you can define decent, right? But decent work-life balance.
Yeah. So I guess I'll comment on my own particular struggles. I think what's been difficult for me is it's not so much the impact on me, myself, it's the impact on the rest of my family. I mean, I don't think I recognized how beneficial it was for me to be out at the office, to not be disturbing the life of my family members. You know, it's like, oh, you know, dad's up on a call, he's on a video call, he's on a conference call, you know, try to keep quiet, you know, don't make a lot of noise. And I've got a family of 4 and a dog, and it's like, how can they possibly like not make any noise so it doesn't interfere with my calls? And granted, you know, I think everyone's in the understanding with this current situation we've been in that, you know, there are going to be noises in the background, there's going to be babies crying, there's going to be dogs barking. That's just a way of life right now. But I didn't realize the impact that me being here has on all of them. And that's, I think, been the hardest part of this whole process. And the other thing I would say is I didn't realize how important having that physical disconnect of leaving the office, like leaving your office, getting in the car, driving home, that ability to sort of decompress and separate work from home life was a huge benefit. And I've actually worked from home for quite some time. But I've also worked in an office, and I think that separation of leaving the office and going home and having that disconnect is hugely valuable. And we obviously don't have that now. I'd say one of the hardest parts is not having that, you know, actual demarcation of ending your workday and then on to family life. And that's been particularly challenging for me because I'm in Chicago right now, which is a central time zone, which is 2 hours ahead of California. So very often I'll have people in California that are scheduling meetings at 4 or 5 p.m. their time, which of course is 6 to 7 p.m. my time. And so that obviously creates a lot of challenges. Now I'm preaching to the choir here, given that, you know, you operate for a Bay Area company, that you are many, many hours ahead of their time zone. But I think it's almost better in some ways when you have a larger separation because people are more conscious of it. When you have a 2-hour separation, everyone's like, oh, they're in the US, it's no big deal. We'll just schedule this at whatever time. That's the biggest challenge, I'd say.
Yeah. Hey, working for VMware and EUC, well, I think it's great actually to see that what you and team has accomplished, like with joining VMware some years ago, and where VMware is right now with EUC. It's good for everyone in the markets to have like strong, call it vendors in this space, and with a full stack and then like a larger EUC story. That full stack and larger story is on one side great, but on the other side can also be very complex. So the question was like, what is and what's the biggest threat, or maybe who is the biggest threat in that call it like larger VMware EUC story?
Yeah, I would say it's a hard thing to articulate because I think you know, end user computing and IT in general is a very fluid industry. You know, there's a lot of things that wax and wane in popularity. I mean, there was a time, you know, keep in mind that, you know, Windows and Intel was the dominant force in computing, and everyone thought there is nothing that is ever going to change this. And today you see things like, you know, Apple producing their own ARM chips for new MacBooks going forward. You see things like Microsoft with their Surface devices embracing ARM. And that whole kind of notion of the Wintel monopoly that dominated IT for a long time is changing rapidly. I would say the biggest thing that, you know, I see as being disruptive to the IT industry in general is still by large, you know, cloud computing. But I don't think we've seen the biggest disruption yet in cloud computing, because I think the biggest disruption is going to come when a significant number of assets have been positioned on cloud, and then the security threat starts to move from the data center centric or premises centric attacks to cloud centric attacks. And I think everyone's become pretty comfortable with cloud because of the rate of change and innovation that happens there. But I think the security threats that are going to plague cloud computing in the future have only just begun. And I think that's probably going to be the biggest threat long term, is how the industry manages security in an ever-changing multi-tenant co-located world like that. It's going to be a big challenge going forward.
Is it like in general, or like more VMware, more risk you see from a VMware perspective?
Yeah, I don't think it's a specific threat levied against VMware. I think it's a threat levied against the entire cloud computing industry. I think, we've become comfortable in thinking that cloud computing is more secure than on-premises computing, when really whether something's in the cloud or on-prem doesn't necessarily make it any more or less secure. I think what things being in the cloud does oftentimes is it changes the operating model, which in some cases leads to better security because things are more rapidly done. But I think we're going to see a new set of attacks, and this has already happened over the last couple of years, of computer timing-based attacks that allow information leakage from one tenant to another in a cloud computing platform. I think you're going to see a lot more of that as time goes on. So it's going to be an interesting space to watch in the coming years.
Yeah. Hey, a final sort of task, not really a question, but I will mention some for you random words I prepared. So for me they're not random, but some words, and I'm just curious, like your first response to these words. Here they come. Netherlands.
Orange.
Favorite drink.
Coffee.
Car.
I guess I'd say Tesla, even though I don't own one.
VMware.
Virtualization, obviously.
2020.
First word that comes to mind. Shameful.
Sheephead.
Interesting.
EUC.
EUC. Satisfaction, I guess. I love what I do. I love when you're compute.
Final one. Holiday.
Holiday. God, I wish I could have one right now.
Good. Thanks, Sean. Thanks. Nice talking, and thanks for all the insights and the fun as well. Thanks.
Always a pleasure, Ruben. Great to see you again.
Likewise.
Take care.
Nice. That was a great interview with Sean. I truly enjoyed it. Hope you did as well. Now I'm excited to move on to our next interview with Christian. Okay. Hey, welcome, Christian. Great to see you again. It's a while. Hey, what are you doing? What are you up to these days, and or will do in the near future?
Yeah, hi Ruben. Great to catch up with you again. Oh man, where to start? So I've been super busy with a couple of things. Completely different than what I've been doing in the recent past. So kind of took a little bit of a tour into some intelligent automation. So in a startup there, and then also working with another company in the media and entertainment space, which is really, really cool. So it's been fun getting back on really deep down into technologies and kind of trying to figure out exactly how to get these businesses going from both a technology perspective and a commercial perspective. So yeah, a lot of fun. So watch this space is what I'd say, my friend. Watch this space.
Hey, question. How would your parents describe what you do for a living?
Oh, I think they think I go around fixing printers. So I don't like everybody is their parents' IT help desk, right? So I think genuinely, I honestly think that they, well, certainly from a Citrix perspective, they think I flew around the world fixing other people's printers. But now, yeah, I mean, I don't even know I could explain it. They think I have something to do with movies, so that's good enough.
Exactly. Same here. Like it's always tough. You're in IT, yeah. You fix computers, right? Yeah, for sure, I'll do. Hey, what was your first job, and what was your first job in IT?
Oh wow! So my first job was actually in a record store. So as you guys probably know, I'm a big music fan. Been known to do a little bit of DJing here and there. So I actually worked in a record store when I was a lot younger, which was a heck of a lot of fun. Back in the days when vinyl the first time around was cool, right? And now of course it's become cool again. So that was a lot of fun. I guess I was about 17 or 18 at the time. And then my first job in IT was actually what was a subsidiary of Fujitsu. So there was a company called ICL that was based in the UK. And I got effectively an internship there and my job was really cool. I took the lid off old thin PCs, put memory in, put the lid back on, turned it on, make sure that the power on self-test and the BIOS worked, and then it got from 4 meg to 8 meg of RAM, and then I do another one and another one and another one and another one. And that was my entry level. I basically took the lid off PCs, put SIMs as they were then, memory SIMs in, tested it, and then just shipped them down the commissioning bay. So I learned in the really sort of old world of hardware, which was a ton of fun.
What's your best advice for your 20-year-old self? You talked about the 90-plus-year-old like British gentleman. I saw that that story. Great story. Encouraging story as well. But what's your best advice for your 22-year-old self?
Looking back, I would say, my biggest, I guess, bad trait, if I was one, is I'm not very patient. I like to get stuff done. I like to get, right in the middle of problems. I like to get people thinking about them. I like to get them fixed, and I like to move on to the next one. And I know for a fact that I was sort of super impatient. I was also very driven, when I was a lot younger, and sort of still am in different ways. But people used to tell me all the time, hey, just take your time, you'll get the opportunities. And I'm like, no, I want them now. I want them now. So looking back, I think maybe if I'd had a little bit more patience, I may have been able to do things differently, but certainly don't regret any opportunities that I took, and had the opportunity to go all over the world, as I mentioned, very fortunately. But yeah, patience was never my strong point, Ruben. So I think if I was to go back and say, here's a piece of advice, just be patient and be more willing to accept that maybe some people are mapping out your career and opportunities that you don't necessarily recognize at the time.
Yeah. Hey, one of the two sort of jobs you described a little bit earlier is around RPA, or intelligence automation space. For people who don't know what it is, what is it, and why did you enter that space?
Yeah, so great question. So if you think about my past at Bechtel, I was exposed to a lot of what is a very typical big enterprise environment. And spending time in very different roles across my career there gives you a real breadth of understanding of what it takes to actually operate IT. So design and implement and operate all those things. And then you have a very good reason, much the same in EUC and much the same in IT as in general on the customer side, as to the real reasons of why you're doing it. And you get involved with all sorts of decisions about, which procurement system should we use, which finance system should we use, which HR system should we use? And then you begin to understand the why and the business process around it. And the more you kind of synthesize that stuff, the more you realize that, generally speaking, for companies who have existed for more than just the, let's say the SaaS era, and even those companies themselves who are older in that model, have some pretty bad work processes and some pretty bad technologies that have been layered upon layered upon layered upon layered upon layered. And so, one of the things that, and my good friend Fouad, who was the founder of Safo, who Citrix acquired back in November of 2018, he and I used to sit and talk a lot about this problem, and he used to be able to phrase it really, really well. And he talked about, the carbon-based unit, the human, only has so many atoms of power that they can deliver to any job. And then he used to talk about just how much time people spend on things that don't add any value, yet have to be done as part of the fabric of business. And so, I'd seen this problem close up at Bechtel many, many times where, we had manual processes that had been automated with technology that was designed specifically for that work process. And yet when you brought a different work process in, or you wanted to try and change it, or a new system, you'd go through hours and hours and hours and hours of reconfiguring and extracting and transforming and loading, all this manual stuff. And so, going back to when we went on the journey at Citrix for the intelligent workspace, the idea of that was really to do some of those kind of automated things, bring in technology to actually help humans be more productive in general. So my fascination goes way back in terms of like, how can we actually make IT work for the individual? So the good thing about Nextbotics, which is the startup I mentioned earlier in the call, is that the focus really is on the lower end of the market. So there's lots of opportunity to take what I would look at as maybe standardized and repeatable processes and add automation to those, especially in organizations that want to really maximize their human capital. So, the notion of RPA has been around a long time. There's unattended RPA, attended RPA. And the idea of that really is to, in a nutshell, to try and let the machine take over the human key presses, for want of a better explanation. I think when you get into intelligent automation and the things that we're building within Nextbotics, it's really a case of bringing in some different technologies to either identify processes for automation, to look at them and improve the processes in general, and then to bring machine learning technologies and other elements into the traditional RPA space to really extend it. So whether that's through advanced OCR, computer vision, whatever that turns out to be. But the idea there really is to bring the value as quickly as possible, so that we can allow humans to do stuff that they're great at, like having conversations like this, versus going back and approving invoices or moving an invoice from one system to another, or a purchase order through a system or multiple systems. So it's fascinating space. As you know, there's lots of big players out there, Automation Anywhere, UiPath, Blue Prism, Pega, and then there's opportunity for the way I explain it, Ruben, if this makes any sense, from an Nextbotics perspective, I want us to be the Zoho to the Office and Google suite. Zoho got a great business. They just do what they do. They do it really well. And that's kind of the approach you want to take with Nextbotics. And it's been a problem I've been after solving for a long time. And so the opportunity to do it with some guys who I've known for a long time is a great space to be in.
Just have a couple of as a final question or final topic, a couple of just random, well, not really random for me, maybe for you random, for me not so much, but words. And I'm just curious, like, what pops up like this instantly when I mention that word? Here it goes. Manchester United.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Netherlands.
Dennis Bergkamp.
Ibiza.
Oh, sunshine.
Citrix.
Mark T.
2020.
COVID.
BMW or Aston Martin?
Aston Martin.
BMW.
My M4.
Nice. So cars and football, or cars and soccer, are like major themes for sure.
That's
great. Great. Thanks, chatting and talking and learning and enjoying as well. Thanks for your time, Christian, and hopefully to see each other soon in real world, real life, physically. Thanks again.
My pleasure, Ruben. Thank you. Take care.
Awesome. That was a cool interview with Christian. I learned a lot. Hope you did as well. Now I'm excited to move on with the next interview with Nicola. Hey, welcome, Nicola. Thanks for joining. Do you mind to briefly introduce yourself?
Hey, Ruben. Great to be with you. I'm Nikola Bojinovic. I'm a VP and GM of End User Computing at Nutanix. I live in the Bay Area, and I have been here in the U.S. for 20 years. I'm originally from Serbia, but I moved to U.S. in 2000 for grad school, and then started a couple of companies. Last one, which is Frame, and we joined Nutanix a little more than 2 years ago, and really enjoying my professional and family life here in the Bay Area, where I live with my wife and two boys.
Yeah, how would your wife or maybe best friends describe what you do for a living?
That's a good question. My wife would be, you're, doing something with the computers and the cloud, and you're in meetings all day. Like, now she sees that, and it's probably very different. And she saw firsthand, and it's, when you start a company, it's never an individual effort. I mean, it's a team effort, and not only by people who build a company with you, but people who are around you, namely, your spouse. So it was a lot of building, a lot of hard work, navigating challenges together, and really just being ready and willing to embrace new and to adjust. And when you have a good environment, then it works. And it's more likely that it's going to work out well at the end.
Yeah. Hey, what are you super excited about? Could be IT, could be outside IT. Doesn't matter. What is super exciting for you?
I'd say generally I am very excited about technology. I'm engineering by training. My grad school work was on video processing, computer vision, and then I started a software company, a company called Motion DSP before Frame, and then Frame is a platform as a service company, and then user computing space. So I'm very much in love with technology. Not only things that I do, but in general, I think technology is what is moving us forward. If you look at quality of life, life expectation, freedom overall for the civilization of the last couple of thousands of years, it's technology that's been moving us forward. And most of that happened in the last 100 years, and most of that happened in the last 10, 20 years. So it's accelerating. So technology is something I'm just super excited about.
Great. Talking about shifting gears a bit, talking about end user computing. If you describe end user computing in one or maybe two sentences, what is EUC? What is end user computing?
Well, for me, it is a great way to make people more productive, to get more out of individual people, and to get more out of teams, and to deliver what the users, it's like end user computing, what users need, when they need it. So that it's just there, it just works. And especially, when executed right and executed at scale, I think it can make us all a lot more productive and a lot more collaborative, which are two things that I hit earlier on as something that makes me really, really excited.
Yeah. So connected to that, the other question could be, what is the future of EUC then?
I think it's future of end user computing is very much like the future of work. How is the work going to look like? And the work from 2020 onwards will look very different than the work before the pandemics. We are all working from home. Some people are back to the office, but I don't think we'll see any time soon for a number of reasons. The same configuration from even a year ago. So the future of work is hybrid. I don't think offices are going away. I don't think that desire or need to be there with other people, to connect with them, to work together, to collaborate is going to completely disappear. But there are some newfound efficiencies in terms of commute time, in terms of being able to do some things that we couldn't do before. So that is the future of end user computing, because end user computing is ultimately tied to work. So I think some will be from home, some will be from the office, some will be on-prem, some will be in the cloud. If you talk about where the technology sits, some will be Windows, some will be, delivered individual applications. I think we will see in certain areas more, Linux applications that are already out there. There'll be some x86. I think what's happening with ARM. I think people have been talking about this for a long, long time, but it's for real right now. So you have Apple, launching on the physical device side, obviously into ARM. But when you look at the power and performance for ARM in the data center, I think that's going to be the next big thing as well. So
it's going to be hybrid ultimately, and whatever works to get the job done, to make people productive on whatever device, on whatever network. I mean, 5G is exciting, but that doesn't mean we won't be on a Wi-Fi when we come home, or on a office Wi-Fi. We're in the office, so it's these combinations and permutations are just going to continue to grow. And then user computing is there to deliver what's needed just in time and to make it easy for organizations to deal with that.
Shifting gears a bit to another topic, you mentioned work from home and things have changed. How do you keep yourself motivated and find a decent work-life balance? Maybe you have tips for work-life balance. Like I can use some tips once in a while as well.
I think it's less of a balance. It's more like mend. It's like something that is there. It's together. I think like it's impossible to find that balance. Right now we have a team. You are in Europe, in the Netherlands. I'm here in California. We have team members all over the world. So work-life balance usually is like you check in at 8, you check out at 5, and then you don't think about the work if it's Friday until Monday morning. We all know that's not happening.
It's like a work-life integration.
We're recording this over Thanksgiving break here in the U.S. So those things don't exist. I guess part of I'd say motivation, and now having kids that are growing up and seeing a little bit of myself in them, and obviously seeing what's not the same, is having that drive and having grit. I guess like that's just my DNA, because even when I don't have to do things perfectly, I mean, it's like I usually don't know how to do them any other way. And then you have that self-motivation, self-drive. But I'd say right now, after doing this for almost 15 years, the big part of it comes from a real genuine a sense of responsibility for both customers and the team. And now we have many hundreds of customers everywhere in the world that are relying on stuff that we build, and it's a service. It's up 24/7 as a people whose businesses rely and count on us to be there. So it's a sense of responsibility.
As final question, I prepared a couple of or more than a couple, but some words. And I'm just curious, like your instant response to these, the words I prepped. Here they come. Serbia.
Food.
End user computing.
Streaming.
Sport.
Tennis.
Živeli.
Rakia. The last one was cheers in Serbian, and then Rakia is the Serbian hard liquor made from plum usually. So that's fun.
Stuff. Yeah, exactly. Nutanix.
Growing.
2020.
Coronavirus.
Holiday.
Christmas.
Great. Thanks, Nicola. Thanks for joining, and thanks for your insights. Great lessons learned, and great to see you and hear you as well. Thanks for joining.
Thanks so much for your time and for putting this great event together.
Sean, Christian, Nicola, big thanks for supporting this interview. Hope to see each other soon in person. That would be great. And see you next time. Stay safe.
And now it's time for our next session here, covering a close look at working remote during COVID with work from home, top expert tips to be healthy, happy, and productive. I'm excited to introduce Keys, Alexander, Gabby, Paul, and Chris, all with Nutanix. Let me bring each one of you on here.
So good, already laughing. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever, everybody, wherever you are. So I hope you're enjoying the event so far. We've had a couple of interesting sessions. We've got 4 others on the call with us today. So we've got Gabby in Munich, Chris in London, I guess, somewhere. Do you actually live in London?
Hey, that's good enough for me, Paul.
It's good enough for you. So I do know the places in England because I was actually born there. Kees in Holland. I'll get it right this time. I think on the first one I said Denmark, but in Holland. Or would you prefer the Netherlands?
The Netherlands, please.
The Netherlands, please. Okay, be politically correct. And then Alexander in Norway, in Oslo, just outside Oslo.
So let me get this straight, Paul. For everybody else, you get the country and the city right, and for me, you get the country wrong and don't mention the city.
I don't know which.
Well, I'm in Leeds, so he didn't get me right.
I haven't got a clue which city you actually work in or live in.
I'm close to Utrecht.
Okay, all right. That's a nice city, actually. I've been there once before, a long time ago. I don't know whether it's right. I've always looked at it like a sort of mini Amsterdam with all the canals and everything.
Oh, that's absolutely wrong.
Why?
It's a football thing. I won't bore you to death with details, but it's a football thing. It's absolutely wrong to compare it to that other city.
Aha, okay, don't talk about football. Yes, let's talk about football. All right, we're already off track. So, like I said, in the next sort of 30 minutes or so, we wanted to talk about the experiences that we've gained over the years with working from home. So let's have a quick round, couple of minutes, everyone, sort of introduce yourself properly, and then talk about what you've been doing, what you've changed working from home, and stuff like that. Ladies first, I guess. Gabby?
Okay, sure, as always. Yeah, I've been 2 years with Nutanix. I'm a solution architect for end user computing. Before joining Nutanix, I've been 8 years with Citrix, and that's where I started working from home. Like, I've been working from home now 10 years, obviously, 8 + 2. And yeah, what changed for me, I got a fancy microphone and lights sponsored by the company because we are doing all these online meetings now. And I also got me this little fella that keeps me motivated and nodding that I'm always doing it right.
You just shake your desk in anger and then back at you. Yes, that was right. Okay. Chris? Here she goes. She's gonna laugh. She's gonna laugh.
Hi. I'm now searching for a little nugget I can share at the end, similar to Gabby. So, my name's Chris, as you may have already guessed. I've been at Nutanix 2 years, so that's a similar amount of time as Gabby. But before that, I was working for a channel partner. Before that, I was a Citrix instructor for 10 years. So I've been working in end user computing since I was 3. Obviously, that if you add all that up. What's changed recently is my kind of home setup, because I was on paper working from home, but in reality I was working from my car or from a customer site or that kind of stuff. My home office setup was fairly functional. What's changed is, because I'm spending a lot more time there, my home office setup has become a lot more usable from an 8 to 10 hour day point of view. Whereas before I only spent a couple of hours, maybe first thing in the morning or in the evening if we had to follow something up. So what's reflected in that is I've just upgraded and got more fancy stuff. So I now have a hydraulic monitor stand so I can stand up and do whiteboard presentations. I've also got some lights, probably the same lights that Gabby has because they were sponsored at the same time. And to keep me occupied, I have this little fella. So I have no idea what he's saying. He just says the same thing over and over and over again. So he's a bit like having the kids in the office. But that's me.
So going around the screen as I've got it in front of me, next up, Alexander.
So my name is Alexander Ulrich Johnson. I've been working with Nutanix for above 4 years now. In the start, I had the same as Chris, working out of my car, basically.
The Tesla, as you were talking about earlier.
The Tesla, yeah.
Yeah.
And either the car or an airport. So we expanded the team, and I will now work with a dedicated guy, and we were still on the road pretty much all the time. When COVID hit, I went from, so the room I'm using used to be the guest room in the house. Now it's just called the office. And so I've upgraded it. I have a nice gaming chair. I've got a standing desk. I've always had a second monitor with, and I bought, I think last year before COVID actually, a hydraulic robot arm for the screen. Yeah, and I have some gadgets, like you can't see it, but it's like, yeah, the green screen is not working. I did not get any green screen or stuff. We shipped that to the office we have downtown, but since COVID hit, it's closed, right? So we can't use it.
So sneak in one night and go and get it.
My only prop is actually this Christmas light tree at the moment. I think I have to get some Mandalorian stuff for Star Wars or something, because this actually is something my wife put in here. I don't know why. But I have a bunch of signed football jerseys in the back, or soccer in America. Yeah, it's not like that. It's Italian, actually.
Yeah, I know, Inter. Okay.
Yeah. Not let us go down that path.
No. All right. Case?
So I'm Case. Before I joined Nutanix, I worked in the field as a solution architect for a system integrator. So much like Chris and Alexander, I was on the road and talking to customers a lot, all in the Netherlands. And then I moved to Nutanix about 6.5 years ago. And that kind of changed the way I was working. I got managed by a manager that was not local to me. So that meant a lot of outside of business hours calls, added in a lot of travel. Obviously, due to COVID, I haven't been in a plane for about a year now, which is a very weird situation for me to be in, as I used to be in a plane about every week. So that changed the way I was looking at work and changed the way I actually work. So now with working from home, and to be fair, I've always been over focused on the equipment that I have. So I've got a large screen to compensate other things, which means a 43.3-inch widescreen curved monitor. I've got another 40-inch curved 4K monitor just sitting there waiting for my home office to be completed, because we're building a new home office in the back of our yard. And I've been investing in kind of IoT and home automation a lot since I've been working from home. So all of the lights in my house are now UE, all voice controlled. I can voice control my television, and all of the devices that are kind of controlled with a remote control. I can voice control them. Gadgets, I don't have a lot here, other than an Echo Spot 8, an Echo Show 8. Which is an Amazon device for kind of controlling my house. And obviously, I've got a decent microphone that works when you do Zoom and WebEx and GoToMeeting, and not a certain platform for hosting webinars. So that's basically me.
So a couple of have mentioned IoT and home automation. So if I were to say a certain name, or okay in a certain word, and office lights, how many office lights are going to go on and off in this call?
In my house, if you do that, it's going to be 4 in my office.
Okay. I'm not getting into that. So my name is Paul, obviously. It's on the screen, you know that, it's sort of introduced. So I've been at Nutanix, same as Alex, just over four and a bit years. So we joined sort of within 2 or 3 weeks of each other. Before that, I was at Citrix for 17 years, or almost 17 years. Always in the EUC stuff, obviously. The Zen App, Zen Desktop. I know Citrix had many different products, but it was always focused on the Zen App, Zen Desktop, or Citrix Virtual Apps and Desktops, to use the correct term now. And products such as EdSite, so enablement, business development, or whatever. In terms of what's changed for me during COVID, I mean, it's the same as everybody else. Alex said it, Keith said it. I was flying sort of 3 times a week. And honestly, the one thing I do not miss is getting up at 4:30 to get to the airport, to have a meeting, to come home the same day and get home at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night. I sort of realized we do this travel because we think it's a clever thing to do. And I know we're sort of getting off track with the work from home stuff, but if we can keep it that way, that you only do essential travel for meetings, I think it's going to be, your life is going to be a lot better. So that's one thing that's changed for me. In terms of gadgets, same as everybody else. I just got Google stuff. I use Home Assistant to bring it all together. So different gadgets all over the bloody house, completely automated. And I live on a farm, which people may think of it as a bit unusual. So I've got a highly automated farm. Anyway, so what we really wanted to talk about was things such as changes to your daily work habits, or changes to, we're starting to talk about the setup that you've got to help working from home, but not in the sense of purely focusing on working, but focusing more on things such as your mental health, or being able to do your job more effectively without being stressed of having to have Zoom meetings or WebExes or those sort of meetings all day long. So I've got a few questions that we can sort of go through, but like we've talked about, we've all been doing this before COVID. I think it was a very different world before that, but why is working from home so important to everybody? I mean, I've been doing it, I didn't mention it, sort of 23 years. To me, honestly, I couldn't work in an office. I know people on the call say I'm a grumpy old so-and-so, that I am antisocial. That's not true. I actually enjoy being with people, but I couldn't be in an office and do my job. To me, the office is going to a customer or going to an event to present about this stuff. So why is working from home so important for everybody?
Yeah, for me it is because I work less hours because I have 2 little kids. So I need to take care of them. I need to pick them up from kindergarten, bring them in the morning. And if I would have to drive to an office like into Munich 1 hour away, that I couldn't work at all. So.
Yeah, for me, it's not so much working from home, it's working from wherever I need to work from that's important to me. Now, currently, with COVID-19, that kind of forces me to be home. But once some kind of normality starts to return, then the fact I could work and access everything I need to access from wherever I am is really important. I'm a little bit different to you, Paul. I really like going in the office. I'm more of a face-to-face kind of guy, and I really like kind of seeing people's body language as I'm talking to them to make sure they're not totally bored out of their minds and all that kind of stuff. It's a lot easier to tell how bored someone is. I have a lot of practice at seeing how people are bored, right? Because I'm there.
No, it's true. It's true. So I enjoy going to the office, but like you said, it's a choice. You work from home is probably the wrong word. It's working from where you are.
Mm-hmm.
So like you're saying, Chris, that working from where you are is what we should be talking about.
So what's funny to me is that you know, I've been lucky enough to be able to talk about working from home on conferences and customer meetings, and we talk about the future of work. And you know, when we talk about the future of work, there's always this kind of visionary imagination of how people will work in 2, 3, 4 years. But the reality is that the future of work is now. Like you said, Chris, if you're able to work from any place, anytime, any device, and I know it's the slogan that rings a bell to some of us, then I think that that defines the future of work right now, because it allows us to, like Gabby said, when you need to pick up the kids, you can take a phone call from a colleague. Or in my case, if I'm watching my kids at sports, I can actually do some work. That doesn't mean that my work stops right there. I'm just more productive, and I can spend some time with my family as well. So the future of work for me, and that's just something that came to me just recently, is the future of work for me is right now. Right? It's an everlasting, ever evolving concept, but it's right there right now. And we should, honestly, I think we should just stop talking about it and see how that evolves into newer kind of evolutions or whatnot. But, we should, in my opinion, we should stop talking about the future of work because it's right now. And people need to realize that.
Yeah, I agree. Because pre-COVID, you were always on a plane or in a car on your way somewhere, wherever that was, but you were always shuffling meetings, Zooms, whatever, and it's been like that for the past 4 years. Prior to that, I actually worked at Arrow and some other companies before that, and there was an office. And I want to say, like Paul said, that when you're working from home, you get a lot more efficient in what you're focusing on, right? Because when you're in the office space, people are coming with the coffee mug, taking a break. People are constantly passing by, especially when it's like an open work environment, which I've had the pleasure or not pleasure of working in for the 8 years before I joined Nutanix. But in my previous job, I actually was at home working 2-3 days a week just to focus and get the efficiency that you need to do your job. So I guess, like Case is saying, it's not, let's stop talking about the work from home. It's work from anywhere. And every business needs to actually make that happen for their employees, I guess, because
and it's true. I mean, so again, not wanting to just interrupt, but so the point that you made there was going into the office consumes time. I mean, obviously that sort of chat around the coffee machine, whatever, is extremely important. So is that lost time? Is that wasted time? I don't know. It's time that you have to spend. And going back to that sort of subject of mental health, or trying to structure the way you work today in today's situation, I think one thing that people often overlook, or not individuals as such, but a team of people or a group of people working on a project, is they tend to forget that everybody's working from whatever time till whatever time. And they assume because you're at home or because you're at a fixed location nowadays, not in an office, you're automatically always available. So you never have that 15-minute coffee break, or you never have that 30-minute lunch break, 45-minute lunch break. So I'll be honest, I don't suffer from that. Maybe I'm confident enough in myself to be able to say, no, I'm not here. I'm not going to do that meeting. I'm just going to go outside and do something on the farm, or take the dogs for a walk. I know that Kees you go for a walk with your dogs every morning or something.
Now it's even 3 times a day. So with me being home, it means that I can actually take out the time. And like my morning routine is bring the kids to school, and then I walk the dogs, and it's typically about 30 minutes to an hour.
Yeah.
And it just clears the mind and helps me get ready for the day, especially if it's a longer day with a lot of meetings, where that there's going to be productivity loss because of those meetings. I think it's a good way for me to clear my mind and kind of go through all the things that I've been doing yesterday, just to make sure that I'm ready for that day.
I mean, I think in the IT world, that sort of attitude is accepted. But there's other industries, I could try and be politically correct, is more traditional industries where that you're showing presence in an office, that attitude is still there. Now, if you take that attitude and put it into today's situation, where your office is somewhere else, you're not being, your manager can't see you or whatever, then there's a a pressure, whether that is a pressure you create yourself or that the organization or the team has created, but there was a pressure there to be always present. And those tea breaks, those coffee breaks, that lunch break, that going for a walk with your dog disappears. So what I hear a lot is people feel a lot more stressed in today's work situation because we're not used to it. Okay, we've been doing it for a long, long time, but there's a lot of other industries that are just not used to doing this lifestyle.
You mentioned the more traditional kind of workforce, but think about heavily regulated occupations like doctors and nurses. They're doing, like, I'm not sure what they're doing in your neck of the wood, but over here they're now doing remote consults as well, which means that you can have a consult with your doctor over Zoom or WebEx. And that's something that was unthinkable of 6, 9, 12 months ago.
Yeah.
So it's not just, the traditional, you need to be in the office, otherwise I cannot monitor you kind of mentality, but it's also occupations that we never saw suited as doing remotely are now able to do that remote because of technology adoption, but also a mindset change of people that determine kind of corporate policy and whatnot. So I think it's really interesting to see that, up until now, we've always saw certain occupations as being not suitable for doing remotely. And now the world is shifting and we're able to kind of facilitate those people with technology stacks and policies and processes just to make sure that they're able to do their work and in a decent fashion. So it's not just, that traditional kind of mentality that you mentioned, but also occupations that we never deemed to be suited for remote work.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, two things have happened with COVID, and they're two kind of paths a company takes. It's either change or transformation. And what happened in the first days of kind of lockdowns and people being forced out of the offices was a lot of companies just implemented change, which basically means pick up what we do in the office and replicate that at home. We literally pick up physical devices and plonk them at home and then invest in VPN and all that kind of stuff. What a lot of industries have done, and healthcare is one that Casey just mentioned, is they've gone through this rapid transformation into delivering things in a completely new way. And in a lot of times, that's going to be a permanent improvement in services that they deliver to their consumers. So yeah, we've all hated 2020, but it's starting to deliver some real transformational change to a lot of industries, and ours included, because I can't see air travel for business meetings being back to the level it was in 2019, and those kind of things, for example. But
the joys of priority cards and business. You mean I get to queue first? I get to stand with more people quicker than other people.
I'm not saying don't do it, Paul. If you want to get your air miles, then
no. Nowadays I don't. Ask me a year ago, I'd have done anything to get that last flight, to get that status. Today, no way.
Yeah, you take that extra meeting, right?
Yeah. Been there, done that. Never going to do that again.
Yeah, but I mean, it's been a much more of a challenge for me because certainly compared to you, Paul, because your kind of default working style is working from home, whereas to me, being kind of confined to the house in such a short period of time was a real challenge. And to go back to Alex's point where he was interrupted by these coffee breaks, I kind of needed those, and I didn't realize I needed them until I didn't have them, until I was working from home. Because the focusing on work thing comes really easy, kind of too easy to me. And it means I'm sat in a chair for 10 hours straight because I don't have the office interruptions. And I had to train myself to get up and out of my chair and go do something else. And I think a lot of people have perhaps had that. I've stolen my son's gaming chair as a result because I was getting a bad back. And yeah, it's been a challenge.
It was the same for me when the daycare closed and I didn't have the pressure to get my kids there on time and pick them up. I was like, after my coffee, I sat down, started working, occupied the kids somehow, maybe using a little bit too much TV, but who cares? And who judges? And then I suddenly realized, oh wait, it's 6 p.m. It's dinner time, and my husband had the same issue, so we didn't have prepared anything because we were out of our rhythm, and we needed to change that. So I really set an alarm clock on my telephone that reminds me, now you're done, now you're getting offline.
Yeah, that distinction or that demarcation is so important.
So what helps for me, Paul, is I've got this little thing here. It's a Fitbit.
Yeah.
It's a charge 4. It's not as expensive as an Apple Watch. Doesn't do all the things that an Apple Watch can do, and I did that on purpose because I've got a very short attention span. So if I would get all of the distractions on my watch, then I'd be more looking at my watch than anything else, right? So I got the Fitbit, and it warns me every hour that I need to take a certain amount of steps. And that for me is an ideal moment to take that break and walk downstairs, talk to my wife and the kids, or grab a cup of coffee or do something different, right? So although it might seem intrusive as being, something a wearable, it might be a bridge too far. For me, it works because it triggers me to stand up and walk for at least a few minutes.
Right, but some intrusion is okay. I'm not going down that line of applications and all the alerts and whatever, but an intrusion that reminds you to actually, like you said, get up and go and take a few steps somewhere is probably the best thing in the world. And not doing the marketing stuff for all these gadgets. I never believed in them. I don't have one on. I used to have one on, but it's that sort of, you've been sat down for 45 minutes with a little orange indicator that starts to turn red, saying, "Yes, you lazy little, just get up and go." So it's those little things that help. So we're sort of running out of time, but let's just go around the table very quickly then and try and tie into that health or mental health story. So what have you bought recently to help with working from home, and why?
I bought a Peloton for me. I had the same issues like Chris. I had a disc collapse 2 years ago. I needed surgery, and being placed in this office with a bad chair got my back hurting again. So I started really upping my sports game. And winter is coming, and I needed to do something inside. So it's a Peloton.
Okay. Chris?
For me, it's the hydraulic monitor stand so that I can stand up and deliver meetings, and there's a whiteboard behind me so I can start doing whiteboard sessions with customers, which were really difficult because I was starting to default to just throwing 100 slides in a presentation because you're inside Zoom. Having a whiteboard available gives you a much more fluid conversation. So that monitor stand has really helped me out. Plus, it relieves my bad back because I can actually stand up at some point in the day.
Yeah. Alex?
So I got this stand-up desk, which I bought. I also had a back problem, like a serious one. Didn't need surgery, but I was doing physiology and was training, and the back is okay. And it actually led me to become a biker, not a motorbiker, but a bicycle rider this summer. So I actually bought a new bike for the first time in 20 years. And I was out during spring and summer and autumn, literally doing an hour in the evening, or if there was some late meetings in the evening, I would typically take 30 minutes, 45 minutes, just take a bike ride, listen to a podcast, clear my mind in the sunshine, and then go back in. So that's probably the two things that made me stay sane. Now it's snowing outside, so no bike riding anymore. So I guess I will have to go cross-country skiing when
on the side, like when you're a little kid, you learn to ride bike. Can't you put skis, stabilize on the side?
Yeah, I actually pre-COVID, I actually did roller skiing with the sticks. but due to the back, I had to ease that part down. So yeah.
So three
I can
back
go surfing
so
now.
far. Three of us have got back problems. Case?
No back problems here, but that might be just the age, Paul. Just, you know.
I don't know. I don't have back problems. There were three so far. I don't have back problems.
So there's no back problems here. If the question is, what did you do to keep mentally sane, and what was your last kind of the thing that you bought? So I think there's two answers to those questions. One is we're building a new home office as the joys of working from home, the dog's barking. So we're building a new home office because I wanted to get out of the house. Right now I'm in my bedroom, which is not ideal, as I tend to stay, I work here every day for at least 8 hours. And then when you go to bed, you see the same equipment again. So that's not a good thing. So we're building a home office in the back of our garden, which is going to be a pretty sweet setup with, to Chris's point, I've ordered a webcam that enables AI. So I can do hand gestures to my webcam to start following me in Zoom when I'm doing whiteboarding. No, Paul, you're not allowed to make comments on that. And to keep saying, so when COVID started and the lockdown started, I was kind of considering what kind of sports I could do. And it turned out that I got a pair of running shoes from Nutanix for a certain event. And I just put on the running shoes and shorts and a shirt and went on running. And it turns out that I'm not that bad in running. And we started like this mini competition with some colleagues, and even customers are kind of in there as well. And that's a good way of keeping sane. Just to find a outlet of something completely different than work that helps you clear the mind. And for me, sports is a way to put down my phone, because I'm almost glued to this device here. Or my laptop. So when you see me walking around, it's either with my laptop or my phone. But the sports thing, not so much about physical health, although it helps, obviously. It forces me to put down my devices, take off the Fitbit, and focus on what I'm doing right there, because I'm not good enough in the sports to be able to run and look at my phone at the same time. So that kind of helps me put down everything and just focus on one thing besides work. So, dual answer to that. One is we're building that home office. And the second one is when I do sports, I put down all my devices, because I do that forced. And that helps me kind of keep a mental level of certain sanity.
Yeah. No, they're all good points. And I mean, I can't really say anything different. So I got this up and downy table as well, and a decent chair. So I didn't steal it from my son. I actually went and bought it, but that helps. So I've never had back problems. I've always been lucky in that sense, touch wood. But it makes that working time a lot easier. And I mean, if you're talking about sort of mental health and getting outside, obviously we've mentioned it a few times, I live in the countryside, so it's easy to get outside, to go and feed the animals and stuff, so that has to happen. But I think the one thing I did do, and that was because of there was that show on Netflix about the social dilemma or whatever. I mean, I'm not against smartphones. I'm not against all these applications. They are very, very useful applications. But like you said, Kees, was putting your phone down or just getting away from it all. And what I did was I literally turned off every alert that every app could send. And you just feel more relaxed. You're in control of consuming that information, consuming that content. And I think we can get to the same stage with work where you're in control of, I work when I need to do something. Okay, it comes in waves where there's some weeks or some months where you have to work a lot longer. But when you get that period of not having to work so intensively, just use it. There's nothing wrong with using it. You get paid to do a job, not to sit in front of a desk. So there's a combination of a few things. I think it's been a very, very good discussion. Any final comments from anybody?
Stay safe and wear a mask.
Stay safe and wear a mask.
Yeah, wear a mask. That's the most important thing.
Buy gadgets.
What's that?
Do it. Buy gadgets. Do it.
Gadgets, yeah.
I got your point,
credit card
Case.
bill at the end of the month.
This isn't enough.
Don't look at the credit card bill at the end of the month. Chris, one from you. She's got the big one.
I'll bring it back a little bit more worky. So don't mistake being present with being productive. Make sure you take plenty of breaks.
Very true. Okay, guys. So thanks for the time. I hope it's worthwhile, everybody. We'll close this call and enjoy the rest of the event. Cheerio.
Thank you.
All right, excellent. That was a lot of fun. Again, thank you to the Nutanix team for showing us what it's like to really work from home in 2020. Talked about challenges and shared stories, and we got a lot of great feedback again. So appreciate that. It's time to keep the EUC Tech Summit moving. And with that, we are going to kick off our next session. I'm excited now to introduce Stefan from Nutanix, talking about the Nutanix Frame Foundation and what you need to know.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Stefan Buschmeier, and I'm your host in this session, Frame Foundation. If you have any question at any time, please submit them in the Q&A chat window here. We will try to answer them on the fly. So in this session, we will talk about our desktop as a service offering, XiFrame. We will talk about the basics. What is this solution about? What are we doing here? Some use cases, some customer stories. But at Nutanix, we used to start with the why. So why are we doing things like that? Why are we offering a desktop as a service solution? To explain that a little bit, let me go back in time. So when Nutanix started, now over 10 years ago, with our hyper-converged infrastructure stack, we found out that HCI is a very good fit for VDI environments. So there are technical reasons, there's a lot of integration, and we had a quite successful time in the early years. So over 80% of our installed base that days were VDI related. That changed a little bit over the time. So we still have a huge part of our installed base in the VDI space. So at the moment, we're talking about 25% and more. So it's still a huge workload for us, an important workload. Of course, you can run all the other solutions like standard server virtualization, big data, databases, IoT on our platform. But because of the importance of VDI in our history and also today, we think that VDI is part of our DNA within Nutanix. And if we look at the solution here, that is what we call classic VDI. So on-premise business on our hyper-converged infrastructure. We're working closely together with our partners Citrix and VMware here to run their workloads like virtual apps, virtual desktops, or Horizon View on our platform. That is our bread and butter business, so we're quite successful with that since ages. On the other hand, 2 years ago, we introduced a new platform, a new service called Frame. It's desktop as a service, and there's one main difference. While on the left side, we see that everything is installed usually on-prem, including the broker, so the backend infrastructure that you need to orchestrate all your workloads. That is different with Frame. So Frame comes as a service. The broker is hosted by Nutanix. It's available as a service. You don't have to install it on your data center. And the workloads can be placed on-premise, but also in the public cloud or in hybrid or multi-cloud scenarios. Why have we done that? So we have seen since a couple of years that, of course, the cloud business, the cloud adoption is growing, and also the demand to run VDIs in the public cloud was growing. And that was pre-COVID. So things changed with the COVID pandemic, of course, dramatically. And I have found some numbers here provided by Gartner, and I will show you that. So if you look at the prediction, the forecast, how cloud services will evolve in the future, you see a moderate growth in all of the platform offerings here, like software as a service, platform as a service. And the desktop as a service number is still quite small compared to the others. But as you see, from 2019 to 2020, the number doubled up. So the business was doubled within 1 year, and the forecast looks like it will double up again in the next 2 years. So that is a huge market, and we want to face that. And based on our solution stack now, we will have two initiatives. So one is the classic VDI here on the left side with our partners Citrix, VMware, running workloads most of the times on-prem, and the other way is to run desktop as a service with a multi-cloud and hybrid cloud approach. Let's have a short look at the history of Frame. And yeah, that all started in 2012. And the main idea of our founders, they come from Europe, by the way, the main idea was to make it as simple as possible. And the main idea was to deliver workloads. They started with the most difficult discipline, high-end graphic workloads, such as Adobe and CAD applications, Autodesk. And the goal here was to just deliver those workloads to any web browser. And AWS announced the first instance type in the public cloud in 2013 that contains an NVIDIA graphic card. And that instance type was used to deliver the workload to any browser. And you can see on the right side here the example of a web page that was released in 2014. And people could just visit that website with any browser and any device and work inside this instance of Photoshop. A Frame embedded player was used for that. So the power of the AWS instance type was used to deliver a great user experience to the users just using a web browser. And that brought a lot of attention. So features were added in the next couple of years. Some platforms were added. Companies invested in Frame, also Microsoft did. But finally in August 2018, Nutanix acquired Frame and added the solution and the technology to the Nutanix stack. So what is Frame? And that is a real simple thing. So it's a really secure and simple solution that allows you to deliver any Windows workload. It could be a single application, a set of applications, or even a full desktop to any device with a web browser. What gives you a great choice of platform and also of endpoint devices. That all started in 2012. And it started with a vision to make things as simple as possible. And if we look where we are today, so in 2020, Frame is a global service. We have millions of usage hours on the platform with hundreds of thousands of users, and all of them are using different stacks of applications, a couple of them with 3D powered applications, instance types from the public cloud, on-prem solutions on HCI. So huge development and a major achievement here to have Frame where we are right now. The most important thing, and that was a major announcement last year, was that we are now able to run Frame workloads also on our Nutanix platform, so on HCI systems using our own hypervisor AHV. It's fully integrated and it can be used as a platform automatically. If we say we can use different platforms to run the workloads, that is true. So at the moment we support the three major hyperscalers like Azure, AWS, and Google Cloud, and also Nutanix clusters with AHV. And that gives you the option to work in different scenarios. So maybe just on-prem, maybe in a hybrid scenario, maybe in a multi-cloud scenario. And if we look at this graph, multi-cloud is reality. So this is the spread of the workloads that are on the Frame platform. This snapshot is from Q3, fiscal year 20. So you see also the dates when the platforms were added. So of course, AWS, Azure, a big chunk of this. But even on-premise, our Nutanix clusters that were added last year has more than 25% of this pie here. And most important here, the green part, multi-cloud, hybrid cloud. So these are customers that are using more than one platform. And there are various reasons to do that. And we can see growth in that part of the story. So hybrid cloud, multi-cloud is reality. Most important slide, and let me explain why. If we talk about multi-cloud, that all applies to the VDIs. That means you can run your workspaces in Google, in Azure, in AWS, or even on Nutanix clusters. By the way, we also support for our federal customers in the US, the GovCloud regions of AWS and Azure, most important in that kind of the world, in that vertical. Very important to know, the broker sits in the cloud. We provide that as a service. So you can't download Frame, you can't install it. We are running that for you. And that is the main difference to the classic VDI approach. That means all the time the broker is in the cloud as a service and you have the choice where to run your workloads. And that means the way you have to work with this environment, the way you have to deliver your workspaces is changing. So the middle part here of the story, if you look at the broker, in the past and also today, you have to spend a lot of time, effort, money in planning an environment like that. Maybe you want to buy hardware, install it, download software to install the broker, administrate it, update it. All that isn't necessary with Frame. We are doing that for you. And you have various choices of infrastructure platforms like public cloud on-prem, or even service providers that are running Nutanix clusters. That means your focus is strongly on what your job should be. So workspace design. Decide which application should be installed, should be provided to which set of users. Implementing security, so do the classic workspace design. You can focus on that because we are doing the rest for you. And that's important because you have to run your own business. If you're a car manufacturer, your business is not to run virtual infrastructure environments. Your business is to build cars. That's what you do. We do the rest for you. Let's have a look at some benefits that you get out of a solution like that. So, of course, desktop as a service, because you don't have to take care of the broker, is very simple. And this screenshot is the admin console of a Frame account. It just is available in a web browser as well. Very easy to consume, very easy to administrate. No big certification necessary. Training on the job could be done. And of course, simplicity also is important for the end users. So Frame comes in a web browser. Everybody should be able to use a web browser. That is simple. If we talk about speed, there are different aspects here as well. So speed is important. Maybe you want to spin up and run an environment like that very fast. If you don't have a Nutanix cluster in place, sorry for that, but you can use a public cloud here. It's also available, so you can just pick the cloud provider of your choice, click on the right region, and you're ready to spin up VDIs on that region. But speed is most important for end users as well. User experience is a key factor in every VDI environment. So the way how we deliver the content of the VDI to the endpoint, to the browser, is most important. And we are using our own transport protocol for that. It's a Frame remoting protocol. It's based on streaming H.264, and it's really designed for high-end workloads, for graphic applications, and it's optimized for the public cloud because Frame was born in the public cloud. So even if we are talking about high latency or small bandwidth, Frame is really brilliant in delivering that content to end users. Most important here is the benefit of consuming a service. So it's always getting better. It's high available. It's updated at the moment every second week. So every time new features are developed, they will be available for all customers here on our platform. You don't have to download patches. You don't have to deal with hotfixes. So that is the way how things work. But you know that from other cloud services that you're using like Office 365, Dropbox, others as well. And that is a real benefit because that saves time, less effort to run an environment like this. How to engage with Frame, and that is quite simple. I will walk you through the different steps that are necessary here quite quick in regards of time. So first of all, of course, you have to decide on which platform or platforms you want to run Frame instances. After that decision, we have different options how users can authenticate to the system. So we have an open SAML2 interface here. It's not only the classic Active Directory. We have various options here to integrate other solutions as well with single sign-on, multi-factor authentication, whatever you need. And then you can bring your applications to the system. The broker is already there, and we give you the chance just to install your application like you would do on a FAT client locally. You can also use a software delivery mechanism like SCCM, Matrix 42, whatever you have in place, or maybe you want to bring your own image to the system. Various options here as well. But your applications won't work without data, so also very much options here to include your data. So could be your home share, could be a network share, could be a PLM system, could be a cloud synchronization solution, different various options here to attach your data. And then you're ready. Then you can go and deliver your applications and your data to end users, to web browsers. And to give you an idea how simple that is, on our website we offer a test drive for that circle. So you walk through it, you install 1 or 2 applications, and after 1 hour you're live and you can access your applications just by using a web browser. Of course, we have extended possibilities to do a deeper test of all the capabilities that Frame can deliver to you. I will give you the link where you can start a Frame trial at the end of the session. Let's have a look at some customers that are using Frame. Jostens is a great example, long-term customers of ours. And they are building yearbooks for schools, very successful and very popular in the US. And to build yearbooks, you need design applications, in this case, the Adobe Suite. And Jostens is doing that out of the public cloud. And then, of course, public cloud, if you buy or rent hardware, it's a different model of charging. So you will receive an invoice from the cloud provider of your choice at the end of every month, and it contains the charge for the infrastructure that you really used. So you can see the workload on the right side. It's what we call a bursty workload. At the beginning of the school year, it starts to grow. In the winter break, nothing happens. And then after all the schools created their yearbooks, the workload is going down. And at the end, Jostens is creating and delivering those yearbooks. So this is exactly what we think is a great fit for the public cloud, because buying a Nutanix cluster or any hardware for that use case won't be a good idea from a financial perspective. On the other hand, we have all the tools on board to make sure that we just pay for what we really need in the public cloud. So auto-scaling, scale up, scale down, power on machines, power off machines, that is all included in Frame. So that could be used here for Jostens specifically to run a virtual environment with those design apps in a very cost-efficient way in the public cloud. KPF, great example. We have many examples in the construction area. So KPF is a global construction company working all over the world, using construction tools like CAD, AutoCAD, Adobe Suite, Microsoft Office. And they decided not to have their own data center anymore, but go to the public cloud. And they selected Azure as their cloud provider here. And they are working all over the world. They are traveling a lot. So we also help them integrate Frame into their logon portal. So every time a KPF user will enter the system, he or she can choose the right region, the nearest region at that time, and then the user will be redirected to the nearest Azure data center to have the best user experience with the construction applications. And of course, Autodesk. So long-term partner of ours, but in the meantime also a big customer of ours, because Autodesk in the past, and this is a great example how software vendors, ISVs, can work with a solution like Frame to streamline their processes and save a lot of money. Because Autodesk in the past, if they ran events like Autodesk universities or training, they always needed high-end workstations to support their workloads. So they had to carry a lot of workstations to events, they have to carry it back after the event. They don't do that anymore. So maybe you visited an Autodesk university in the past and maybe you've used Frame because they're just asking people to bring their own device like a tablet or a notebook and to run Autodesk, to run AutoCAD, Inventor, Revit, just on your own device powered out of the Autodesk data center. Great success story here. Also beta programs and demos and trials could be run using Frame. Frame comes with a multi-tenancy enabled format, so you have different options here to organize yourself. So as a customer, you can separate your whole environment into organizational units, and they could be technical, they could be structural, they could be different locations. And each of those organizations can contain one or more Frame accounts on one or different platforms. So that's how we approach the multi-cloud and hybrid cloud scenario here. And of course, we can deliver all the administrative rights in this scenario, so we can make sure that what we do here with Frame fits to your organizational needs. And if we talk about the workloads, we have different options, and that offers us various scenarios here to cover different use cases. We talked about the Jostens scenario to get infrastructure from the public cloud where needed, but imagine you have to build a disaster recovery scenario. Maybe you have a flat workload running on premise, but you want to make sure that if your data center breaks, your workforce will be able to be up and running very soon. So then maybe a public cloud is a great option to build that data recovery center. So you can run it with a very small portion of cost for unlimited time, because you don't need to spin up all the instances. You just need them if your data center crashes. So there are a lot of options to get the best out of both worlds here. Seeing is believing. So if you want to test Frame, please go to the webpage here at nutanix.com/workfromhome. There you have access to a free 30-day trial of Frame, and you can test all the functionality here. You can do it on our infrastructure, you can do it in your own cloud subscription, or if you're a Nutanix customer running AHV, you can also run it on your own cluster. So we encourage you to do this trial, and of course we are happy to support you with that. Having that said, this is the end of this session. So following this session, you will see an architecture deep dive of Frame ran by Yang Cao, our product director of Frame, and also John Eugenio, our master brain and head of solution architecture. I'm really looking forward to see that deep dive session. From my side, I have to say thank you. Thanks for watching. Thanks for your time, and stay tuned.
All right, excellent session. Thank you so much. Now it's time for our next 2 gift card prizes. We have 2 Visa $500 gift cards. These are going to Josh Braden of Kansas and Luther Allen from Tennessee. Congratulations to all 3 of the prize winners so far. Still 3 more gift cards to give out on today's session, so hope that you'll stay tuned. And with that, I'm excited welcoming John and Yangzi, both from Nutanix. The topic being Nutanix Frame Deep Dive, architecting a desktop as a service solution for AHV and Microsoft Azure. Take it away.
Hello, and welcome back to the End User Computing Tech Summit. This is the session for Nutanix Frame Deep Dive, architecting a desktop as a service solution for Frame on AHV and Frame on Microsoft Azure. I'm Jonathan Eugenio. I'm manager of the Frame Solutions Architecture team, and I'm joined with one of my engineering colleagues. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Perfect. Thanks, John. My name is Yangzi Zhao, go by Z for short. I'm the Director of Product Management here at Nutanix Frame, and thanks for joining us.
So for our agenda today, an action-packed technical agenda, we're going to be going over the Frame platform architecture, a quick refresher for those of you that have never seen a technical diagram and all the components for Frame. Then I will personally be going over what the design considerations for Frame on Nutanix AHV, and I'll be having a demo as well as having certain design considerations handled by Z for Frame on Azure, again with a demo. It's going to be a technical session, and we're looking forward to presenting you with this content. All right, let's get started. So let's start at a 10,000-foot view on the Frame platform with multi-cloud support diagram. On the left-hand side, you have public cloud. On the right-hand side, you have private cloud with Frame on AHV. And in the middle, you have the Frame cloud backplane. I want you to think about how we connect, for my portion on the right-hand side, how we connect in the Frame cloud backplane from the private cloud on the right-hand side. The pieces that we will be focusing on are the Cloud Connector appliance, the workload CCA, and everything that you see inside of the Frame account on the right-hand side with SandBox Production Pool. Now, how we connect in is 3 important pieces: that Cloud Connector service, the workload manager, and the broker. So now that we know those pieces, let's actually go into what the design considerations for Frame on AHV are. Important components for Frame, just like we were talking about, the CCA. The CCA is basically how we actually talk from the Frame Cloud backplane on the left-hand side over to Prism Central and Prism Element on the right-hand side. Each HV cluster requires at least 1 CCA. The whole sole goal is that this CCA would actually be on the management VLAN, and I'll talk about that inside of the architecture further in the discussion. Now, here we also have the workload CCA that you see on the right-hand side. Its sole goal in life is to allow that workload manager to carry orchestration information to any workload VMs inside of that VLAN on the right-hand side for the frame account with SandBox as well as production pool. You would have one WCCA per workload VLAN. So if you have multiple VLANs, then you would have more than one CCA. These appliances, the Cloud Connector appliance is actually built either from the frame wizard inside of Prism Central or Prism Element, the Connect to Frame wizard. Either that, or you can actually download the ISO and actually install it manually from the image service. The template VM, pretty self-explanatory. This is your master VM. You install the Frame guest agent on it, and this is how it connects into Frame from an orchestration standpoint, and it also allows for us to have the basis of the Frame remoting protocol for session connection. The Streaming Gateway appliance is really reverse proxy, and there is usually one SGA per cluster. The Frame Solutions architecture team encourages that you use a load balancer and actually have more than one SGA. But again, this is if you opt to have users that are connecting from the internet. They can also use VPN if you want to, but you'll notice also that there are users on the inside of the on-site private cloud connecting directly in without the Streaming Gateway appliance. And of course, workload VMs. Well, you need to be able to get into desktops, and this is where they would connect in. All of these VMs require DHCP. A couple of common deployment models. You have private networking, internal access only, or if somebody's connecting via client VPN, or reverse proxy with the Streaming Gateway appliance, which is an option that you can actually add after the Frame account has actually been created. Number one, Prism Central will attempt to download ISOs from the Nutanix portal, but you can actually put these inside of the image library after you've downloaded them from Nutanix portal. Prism Central and Prism Element should both have Frame service accounts because we need to be able to connect in via API, and private IPs are advisable for CCA and workload proxy. And again, like I said, you have to have DHCP or, well, those workload VMs aren't going to get anywhere. Couple of things. Yes, you could have a one node cluster. Is it a good idea? No. You should really have at least a 3-node cluster if you're going into production. But if you're testing something for yourself in a proof of concept, a 1-node cluster is fine. NVIDIA GPUs, if needed, need to be supported, and that's actually on the hardware compatibility list for those NVIDIA GPUs. And we want to see you on a more recent version of AOS as well as Prism Central and Prism Element. If you're going to be doing GPU, please listen carefully. You're going to want the GPU manager. You're going to want the vGPU license server, and definitely get your activation keys or there will be no GPUs today, right? And that guest agent goes without saying as far as the actual workload VM. Couple of other things. This is a BYO, Windows 10, 2016, 2019. CentOS and Ubuntu are in early access. Linux is early access, but what's currently in production in Frame are those aforementioned Windows images, and you bring it on your own. You can actually build one or use a pre-existing one. You're going to provision a template VM through Prism Central. We mark it via category, and you install the Frame guest agent that comes off of portal.nutanix.com. Like most things, you shut it down. Before you do that, you sysprep it. Couple of things. Number one, there is indeed an HV cluster prerequisites checklist. When you get these slides, make sure that you go over that prerequisites checklist because it will save you a lot of trouble. Time is important. So you want to make sure that you have synced your time within 5 minutes for all of the components that you have. Your networking is very important. Being able to connect into the Frame backplane is very important. And think about what your authentication and your authorization are going to be for your VDI users. Read this as how are they going to log into Frame? What exactly is going to be your IDP, your identity provider, Okta, Azure AD, what have you. And for your template VMs, yes, you have a gold master image to create those SandBox VMs, one per Frame account, but you want to optimize the image. You want to install the Frame guest agent, and of course, you want to sysprep for generalized. And this is important for KMS, remember that. And of course, you want to categorize the VM in Prism Central with the master template so that we can actually find it. 10,000 foot view to now the 7,500 foot view, we want to think about the reference architecture. I have my resource VLANs on the right-hand side with my AD, my files, my SMB shares. I also have two sets of users, one on the outside of the firewall and one on the inside of the firewall. A couple of things I want you to notice. We have segmented VLANs. So you can have VLANs, let's say 10.10.68.0/24 is workload VLAN A, and then you have workload VLAN B that is 10.10.69.0/24, and they could all be part of one large /16. The idea here is that you can have multiple frame accounts, but please pay attention to the fact that per workload VLAN, you have your workload CCAs. You'll hear me call it workload proxy. Workload CCA is a marketing name, but you also have your template VMs per your workload VLANs as well. Remember, the Cloud Connector appliances need to be in a management VLAN. If you're going to come back to me and say, John, I don't have a management VLAN, make sure it routes and can get to the left-hand side to Frame Platform, and on the right-hand side with Prism Central and Prism Element. If you use a proxy server, we will go ahead and talk about that. But that management VLAN, we have our Cloud Connector appliance that is indeed talking to Prism Central and Prism Element. Now it's connecting via 443 through the firewall. Again, your firewall rules from that AHV prerequisites checklist is very, very important. You should always make sure that number one, your firewall rules allow for you to get to the frame backplane, and number two, you always have two of those guys. Those Cloud Connector appliances. And number three, you want to make sure that you have redundant Prism Centrals as well. Okay. Proxy server support. If you come to me saying, hey, John, I need for that Cloud Connector appliance as well as those workload VMs and that workload proxy to be able to actually go ahead and talk through our proxy server, that's fine. So Cloud Connector appliance, the workload proxy, as well as workload VMs need to be able to get to where that bottom left-hand corner where we have the workload manager. So please remember, you can indeed use a proxy server if you need to be able to do that. Now, I have customers that are asking me all the time about the Frame Enterprise profiles. And basically, it allows for you to take everything that is in C users, percent username, percent, and via the virtual file system OS filter driver, it actually redirects everything into a disk that is attached by the frame backplane. So the operating system itself is actually not doing the mounting. Frame is actually doing the mounting. The way this works is somebody logs into Frame, the identity provider is a single source of truth. Our identity management gateway says, hey, this person is allowed to get into Frame. They get to the launch pads that they are able to have access to based upon authorization. And our gateway looks over and says, you're going to get an enterprise profile disk. At that point, the user has all of their settings. When they log out, this is for non-persistent machines. When they log out, that disk is detached. And when they attach into another VM or they log into another VM, then that disk is reattached and they have their user settings. Couple of things. Domain join instances. People have asked me, hey, we hear that you guys can't do AD domain join. Well, that's not true. On the left-hand side, we have the networking considerations, and on the right-hand side, we have AD. Please make sure your workload VMs can get to DNS and eventually to your domain controllers. If you don't, no domain here. A couple of things. Number one, you're going to want an AD service account. You're going to want to make sure that there is a frame service account per frame account, and definitely separate OUs. Go ahead and think about that. Again, what we have is everything is published off that gold master image, and that gold master image allows for us to publish out the production pools on the right-hand side. Those production pools actually run sysprep, and those VMs are added into the domain. So make sure that there is full route from the 10.21.00/24 to the 10.1.0.0/16. Why is this important? Because if they can't get to DNS and NAD, there will be domain join, no domain join here. This happens for both non-persistent as well as persistent. All right, so let's actually do a demonstration real quick. what you should see in front of you is Prism Central. A couple of things that I wanted to make sure that I pointed out. So we are in the latest version of Prism Central. I'm going to go to my list of VMs, and I share this cluster. So why don't we filter a couple of things? We'll filter it based upon my name. So a couple of things that I wanted you to notice. Number one, we talked inside of the presentation about the Cloud Connector appliance. You'll notice that 2 of them have actually been created. They have static IP addresses. You see the 163 and the 195. Again, these are created in one of 2 ways. Number one, I can actually go to connect frame here. And what this will do when we use the wizard, it will actually download the ISO into the image library. And if Prism Central itself, and you'll see that I have multiple CCAs here, CCA ISOs, if Prism Central itself does not have access to the internet, you're going to want to make sure you go to portal.nutanix.com and actually download the ISO for frame CCA 3.0.1.ISO, put it in the image library, and you'd actually be skipping a step, okay? We'll go back to the VMs themselves. We'll go ahead and filter here based upon my VMs. There are 2 of these VMs, and these are CentOS VMs. You'll notice that they're on 2 completely different nodes. And basically, when the cluster, when we configure the cluster inside of that wizard, the CCA is actually built, and then there's a connect to frame. Now, by default, these VMs come up with DHCP addresses. If you want to do private IP addresses, feel free to. But one of the things that I want to let you know is that if you do need to do proxy config, both the workload proxy as well as CCA can indeed use proxy server as well as a static IP. So that is an option to you. Again, you need to make sure that there are 2 of them. You can manually install these without using the wizard, and you can actually find the documents on docs.frame.nutanix.com. A couple of other things that I want to show you. When the CCAs actually come up, you'll actually see that the workload proxy will be created off of that same ISO. Okay, and why this is important, and let me refilter. Okay, why this is important, and there are quite a bit of these. I use my John Frame service account. That allows for me to connect into and actually use that user in both Prism Central and Prism Element, as we said, and we use that along with some categories to identify VMs. So the ISO that is inside the image service will actually create the workload proxy for you. You cannot create the workload proxy. Frame backplane creates a workload proxy for you. Again, same rules apply. As CCA, you can have a dynamic IP, you can have a static IP, and you can also use a proxy. This will actually talk to the workloads and actually send orchestration information. But what about, the question is, what about our template VMs? How the heck do we make sure that we categorize them? Well, exactly like I just said, they're categorized. So I'm going to take a look at the VM. I'm going to update the VM, and you'll notice that it's just a normal VM with a disk. It's a Windows 10 VM. It can be, you actually are able to go to manage categories, and when you follow the directions on docs.frame.nutanix.com, a frame role is created, and we mark them with master template. You can mark multiple. In fact, if we take a look, you can mark multiple VMs. I have 2 master templates for 2 completely different reasons, maybe 2 completely different sets of applications that I want to make sure that I'm able to use on creation of different frame accounts. So you're able to go ahead and do that as well. Couple of other things. So when I have that all up and running, it creates a cloud account, and the CCAs are creating a cloud account and associating the cluster along with frame so that we can eventually create an account. Now, once you create an account, you'll notice a couple things. Number one, you have a sandbox that's based upon the master image that you have on the left-hand side, and you're able to start a session. In this case, I haven't started a session in quite some time, so it'll say I don't have permission because my token is actually timed out. But these are the spots where you have core components, as well as the pieces that you will need: your CCA, your workload proxy, as well as your master image in order to create frame accounts on Frame on IHV. So I'm going to pass it over to Z. Z, let's go ahead and talk about Frame on Microsoft Azure.
Awesome. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. So now let's pivot to Frame in public cloud. And for the purposes of today's session, we'll focus on Azure. However, the principles and concepts that I'll be discussing would also apply to Frame in AWS as well as GCP. So when we talk about common deployment models in public cloud, it really comes down to two design principles: user access and resource access. You can certainly keep things simple user access wise by deploying everything with public IPs and having your users connect directly to the workload VMs via that public IP. But more often than not, you'll want to deploy to a private networking address space. In that case, you can have your users come in through a client VPN solution, which today is probably the most popular deployment model that we see with Frame. But what's becoming more and more prevalent is customers using our Frame streaming gateway appliance, especially after our GA release of the streaming gateway. And this is essentially acting as a secure reverse proxy server for the Frame remoting protocol for external access purposes. And in Azure, and AWS, and GCP, we actually have an automated deployment process for the SGAs, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in detail later on in the presentation. Resource-wise, certainly you can have everything self-contained within a single VNet or among VNet peers, right? And that's really good for use cases where you don't require 80 domain join. You're mostly accessing web applications, and you can keep everything self-contained. If that's not the case, you need to access, company data, app data, user data on an on-prem, network. You can achieve that through a client VPN solution that is installed on your Frame workload VMs and access those resources that way. Or if you need to be able to do 80 domain join and need to communicate with your on-premise domain controllers and DNS servers, that's when you can configure something like a site-to-site VPN via Azure VPN Gateway or an Azure Express route to achieve that level of connectivity. So we have a lot of customers asking us, hey, what actually happens, in my Azure subscription when we join it and link it with Frame? So really a number of things happen, but when you, initially add your Azure subscription to your Frame environment, we essentially will create several resource groups for you, for storage accounts, for VNets, as well as for snapshots. And that's created on a per region basis based on which Azure regions you ultimately want to deploy to as part of your overall Frame deployment. On a per account basis, so when you create a new Frame account in Azure, we'll create a resource group for each new Frame account. We'll have a unique vendor ID assigned to that Frame account, and that's where your Frame sandbox as well as your workload VMs will be deployed to. We'll also create a dedicated VNet for that Frame account, and also as well as a security group that will automatically have the necessary firewall rules for the overall service to function properly. So diving a little bit deeper into the streaming gateway appliance, it's a CentOS 7 based virtual appliance that's acting as a secure reverse proxy for the Frame remoting protocol for external access purposes. Whenever a user wants to access a Frame workload VM and those workloads are deployed to a private network, in our case, to a private VNet within Azure. We are leveraging the open source version of the Nginx reverse proxy server. It's officially GA as of version 2.1.3, and there's no additional cost to utilize it. It is included with your Frame subscription. So in terms of sizing and high availability for your SGAs, we do recommend at least 2 vCPU, 4 gigs of RAM for each SGA appliance. And we also recommend a sizing target of 500 megs per second of FRP throughput for every 2 vCPU allocated. And what this ultimately means from a user concurrency perspective is that's going to be based on where your average bandwidth consumption numbers are for your Frame sessions. If you look on the table on the right-hand side, we posted what you can expect from a bandwidth consumption point of view for common use case scenarios. We also recommend deploying your SGAs in an HA fashion with either L2, L3, or L4 load balancing solution. In Azure specifically, we support the automated deployment of up to 4 SGAs per Frame account, and that includes deploying an Azure load balancer to front end everything. And by default, we're leveraging D4 v3 instances in Azure for the SGAs, which have 4 vCPU and 16 gigs of RAM each. So if you're deploying a pair of those behind an Azure load balancer and you're addressing, let's say, office productivity users, you can expect up to 1,200 and 1,300 concurrent users to be supported with that kind of setup. And this finally takes us to our reference architecture. So this is a Frame in Azure reference architecture where you're deploying Frame into a private network with streaming gateway, and you potentially want to do AD domain join. And this is what it would look like. So you'll have a private VNet for your Frame account that would encompass your gold image sandbox, your launch pads for user access. It would encompass your workload VMs for actually hosting your user sessions. And then because it's deployed into a private IP address space, the Frame control plane will still need to be able to access and communicate with that Frame account. And that's done through that WCCA, which is our control plane proxy. For external access, like we just talked about, we'll have those that pair or up to 4 streaming gateway appliances for reverse proxy and load balanced by that Azure load balancer. In terms of accessing, user data, corporate data, right, application data that may be hosted in a different, VNet within your Azure subscription, you can do a VNet peer to a resource VNet. And in order to do domain join, you'll need to be able to communicate with your on-premise domain controllers and DNS servers. So that's where that VPN gateway or potentially Azure Express Route would be configured, likely between your resource VNet and your on-prem network. And then finally, everything is managed through Azure API, right? So from a control plane perspective, we'll need to have access via an app registration to Azure Resource Manager in order to deploy new Frame accounts, in order to make changes, power on VMs, power off VMs. So that is also a very important part of the overall architecture. With that being said, now I'll kind of dive into a demo and kind of show you what this all looks like within your Frame environment as well as within your Azure Resource Manager. All right, so for today's demo, what I really want to kind of show you guys is what the process would be to add your Azure subscription to your Frame environment, right? And this is what's ultimately going to be done through an app registration within Azure Resource Manager, and that's what's going to provide Frame with the proper API access to be able to deploy new resource groups and new resources to really set up Frame accounts in your Azure environment. And again, a Frame account, you can think of it as a production pool of VMs that is tied to a unique gold image, and that's also tied to a unique, in this case, Azure subscription as well as region, right, within Azure. So I'm logged into my Frame Super Admin console. This is where I can make changes at the organization level or as well as the customer level. And you'll see that I have a number of organizations, including this brand new one called EUC Tech Summit that I can deploy to, right? And so I'll go ahead and add my new Azure subscription to this organization. I can also add it at the customer level if I wanted to. But again, for the purpose of the demo, I'll add it at the organization level. One important note is that a unique Azure subscription, or this also applies to AWS as well as a GCP project ID, can only be tied to, and added as a cloud account in a single location, right, within Frame, right? So either at a customer level, at a specific customer entity, or at a unique organization. You can't add in multiple places. If you try to do that, Frame will throw an error, letting you know that, hey, the subscription ID is being used, elsewhere. So I'll click on the 3 little dots icon here on the right, go to Cloud Accounts, and you'll see they already have 3 cloud accounts added for this organization. These are being pushed down actually from the customer entity level. It was added there. So that's why all organizations within that customer entity, in this case Nutanix demo, right, would have these specific providers, right? In this case, our Nutanix internal GCP, Azure, and AWS subscriptions. So I want to create a brand new one. So I'll go ahead and click on Add a Cloud Account, and I can select from Azure, AWS, or GCP, right? And if I select Azure, it'll ask for a number of items. It'll ask for from the app registration that I'm about to create, the application ID, the directory ID, and the client secret key, right? That's used by that app registration to access Azure APIs. And then finally, the subscription ID for the subscription itself. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead and log in now to my Azure Resource Manager. And the first thing I want to do is verify that this is a brand new subscription. This is clean without any kind of existing resources. We recommend this because Frame's automation engine will go in and automatically create resource groups, and we don't want to affect any kind of items that are in production, right? So we recommend that clean subscription. So if I go to My Resources, And I'm using this subscription called Microsoft Azure Enterprise. You'll see that there's no resources here. The next thing I'll want to verify is that I have the proper resource providers registered and available to the subscription. So if I click on subscription and click on Microsoft Azure Enterprise and scroll down to resource providers, and really from a desktop as a service perspective, what we care about is compute, network, and storage, right? So these are the three resource providers that you'll need to have available in your subscription. You'll see that all three are registered, for this subscription. All right, so onto the app registration. So this is within Azure AD. I'll click on Azure AD and I will scroll down to app registrations, and I'll simply click on new registration. I'll call this EUC Tech Summit. I should probably actually call this frame so it's delineated. And I'll go ahead and hit register. And assuming that's successful, which it was, it'll prompt you this screen, and you'll see that we have the application ID here, we have the directory ID here. So I'll go ahead and just copy those to my clipboard for application ID and just paste it into my frame environment. Same thing with the directory ID. I'll copy that to my clipboard and paste it there. And then next is asking for that client secret key, right? So that's pretty easy to do. I'll go ahead and go to client. Let's go to certificates and secrets and just click on new client secret. And it'll prompt you to say, hey, do you want this to expire after a year or 2 years or never? Just know that this is, this key. It needs to be available in order for Frame to access Azure API and be able to, make any kind of changes. So if this does expire, your Frame environment will stop working as it pertains to any accounts deployed onto this Azure subscription, right? So we do recommend you set to never, so that that situation doesn't happen. So I'll call this again Frame EUC Tech Summit, and I'll call it key. Set it to never, hit add. And this value, it's only going to show up once. So you definitely want to make sure you save it and store it in a key vault, if you need to access it again. So I'll go ahead and copy this to my keyboard. And let me minimize window, and I'll pull up my notes real quick and just paste it in there just in case I need it again in the future. So I have that. All right. Perfect. So let me go ahead and copy and paste that into Frame. And I'll just quickly verify that that is the same. It is. And then lastly, it's just going to ask for that subscription ID, right? So if I were to go back here and go back to home and click on subscriptions, I'll just go ahead and copy this ID directly, from this page and paste it into there. And then it's going to need to verify. But before I verify the credentials, I'll need to give IAM permissions to this new app registration. So let me go ahead and do that. Click on the subscription, click on access control, all right? And I'll go ahead and hit add and add a role assignment. And I'll make this an owner. You can either be an owner or contributor for the purpose of linking your subscription. So I'll click on owner, and then I'll choose that Frame EUC Tech Summit app registration that we just created, right? And then hit save. Okay, perfect. So what we have again just done is create this brand new app registration for Frame, created a client secret for it, and it also provided it an IAM role, in this case as an owner, to be able to make changes to this Azure subscription. So now I'm ready to go. So if I were to go back and click on verify, perfect, that wrapped up, and now it says that the cloud account credentials are verified. So the last thing we really need to do is select which Azure data centers we want to support, potentially deploy new Frame accounts to, right, in terms of this Azure subscription. So I'll go ahead and select a few US-based ones for the purpose of the demo. Just click agree and hit add. And this will initiate the process of adding this brand new cloud account, in this case an Azure subscription, to this organization. So we'll let this run. Should take about a minute and wrap up. Okay, perfect. So now we have the brand new cloud account added. It's a new Azure subscription. It's been added to this organization. Now I'm able to deploy brand new Frame accounts to that new Azure subscription, which I'll do so next. And I'll simply click on the Accounts tab on the left-hand side, click on Create Account, and this will pull up the account creation process. And the first thing I'll select is the organization I want to deploy to, and I'll select the EUC Tech Summit one that I've been using. I can give this a account name. I'll call this EUC Tech Summit SGA. I can choose them from my cloud providers. So I'll select Azure, and then I'll select the brand new Azure cloud account that we just added. And then under region, these are the 5 Azure data centers I selected previously when I created and added that cloud account to the organization. I'll go ahead and select ECOS2 for the purposes of the demo. And then I can now choose from a variety of different options from a networking perspective. So I can either choose Frame networking, which will utilize Frame's automation engine and automated setup to deploy specific CIDR blocks. I can also choose BYO networking. So this is if I wanted to pre-create VNets within my Azure subscription, pre-create subnets, and then specify this account to be in that specific VNet or subnet. I can do that. Because it's a brand new one, I didn't do that step yet. That's why these are empty. So for this demo, I'll just go ahead and let Frame do its thing. And then I can choose a network type. And these are the 3 network types that we talked about previously in the slides. I can either deploy to a public network where it's just leveraging Azure public IPs and have users automatically connect to those. I can select private network, right? Or then private network with SGA. And that's what we'll be doing today. So I'll select that private network with SGA. Now this slider appears. I can select how many SGAs I want to deploy for high availability purposes. So I can select up to 4. I'll go ahead and select 2. And then I can also customize my VPC, right? So again, I can select that a unique CIDR block, for the SGA, or I can let Frame, do it, automatically. So both options are available. So for the purpose of again for this demo, I'll go ahead and just let Frame do its thing. Hit next. And then this is the base image family, the OS for the actual workload VMs themselves, right? And this is the creating that initial gold image. So I'll go ahead and use Windows 10. I can select my different instance types. So these are based on Azure VM types that you can deploy to. This is again just for the initial sandbox. You can always change this later, and because this is going to be a non-persistent account, you can actually choose different VM types for the actual production workload VMs later on. So I'll just go ahead and choose an Error 8. I can choose my disk size for the sandbox. This can also be increased later on as well. So I'll go ahead and leave it at 128, hit confirm, and hit next, and hit create. And this will kick off the process of creating this brand new account, and we'll let this run, and eventually it will wrap up. All right, so it looks like that account finished creating, and now let's take a look at what's been created within Azure. So let's go ahead and head back to Azure Resource Manager, and we'll see what kind of resources have been created. And it looks like Frame's been very busy. So the Frame automation engine has created all these various resource groups as well as resources that we could discuss. Looks like the first would be the Frame Sandbox VM. So this is a gold image VM for that new Frame account. It is tied to a vendor ID now of 301104. So that's what I would expect Frame dashboard to show for the new account. So let's verify that first. I'll click on EUC Tech Summit SGA. And indeed, under vendor ID, it is that 301104 vendor ID. It's also created the WCCA, and this is, again, the appliance, the Linux appliance that brokers communication between the Frame control plane and this account when it is deployed on a private network. It has created those various prod storage accounts for each Azure region that we specified that we wanted to use as part of the initial cloud account creation process. And it's created the Azure Load Balancer for the 2 SGA appliances that we have deployed, one here and one here, right? And then at the very bottom, a couple of VNets, right, virtual networks for both the SGA as well as the initial SandBox VM. So if I were to click on the SandBox, it looks like it was deployed onto a 10.0.0.5 IP address, and that should match with what I am seeing in Frame Dashboard, and indeed it's that 10.0.0.5 private IP address. So it looks like everything matches well, and it's all been created. So let's go ahead and start a session to this. So I'll establish a frame session, in this case just to the SandBox VM. And it looks like that session was established successfully, right? So again, what we have done here is we have started from a brand new Azure subscription from scratch. We have created the app registration that allows Frame Control Plane to communicate with that subscription via Azure API. We have then created a brand new Frame account into that Azure subscription, deployed into Azure ECUS 2, and that was deployed on a private network with 2 SGA appliance load balanced by Azure Load Balancer. And that was all done within about 30 minutes or so. So it's a very, very quick process to set this up. From here, I can start loading up my applications, configuring my gold image the way I need it to be configured, and start deploying production workload VMs for my users to access. So hopefully this kind of gives you a really good idea of, just how easy and, simple it is to create a Frame environment. And, if you have any more questions, John and I will stick around for a little bit. You can post those questions in the chat window and we'll get those answered. Otherwise, I just want to thank you all on behalf of John, myself, and the entire Nutanix team. Thank you for your time, for participating in this EUC Tech Summit. We hope you really find it to be very valuable. And I wish you all a very happy holidays and take care.
All right, excellent session there. Thank you so much. I love those demos. Seeing the products in action is just so valuable. It's now time to move on to our next session. We're going even deeper here, talking about performance. I'm excited to introduce Kees and Sven from Nutanix, talking about supercharging VDI with a performance deep dive. Take it away.
Welcome. In this presentation on the EUC Tech Summit, today we're going to talk about supercharging VDI, a performance deep dive. My name is Kees Baggerman, and I'm a technical director within Nutanix for end user computing. And today with me, I've got a co-host, a guest speaker. Sven, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Sven Huisman. I work as a staff solutions architect at Nutanix and focusing on end user computing.
Right, and between Sven and myself, we started kind of outlining the agenda, and are we we asked ourselves the question: do we want to maximize for performance or for density? And that was an interesting question, and that's how we basically came up with these 5 key items on the agenda, and that's basically also our key takeaways. So number 1 is how innovation is changing the conversation, and it's going to be an interesting topic, and we'll dive a little bit deeper on this later on. Everlasting updates and their effect. We're seeing a massive increase in updates on all sides, on the broker side, on the endpoint side, on the VM side. So how does that kind of affect your density, performance, and kind of operational modes as well? We'll talk about scaling up resources to accommodate higher demands from your end users and how security can impact performance overall. And last but not least, we'll start talking about performance details on adding GPU capabilities to your end user computing environment. First of all, before we kind of deep dive, Sven, can you take us through the basics of performance testing in the end user computing world?
Yeah, in the end user computing world, there's one vendor that does the benchmarking for end user computing, and that's Login VSI. That's, I think, the industry standard for benchmarking end user computing workloads. And to summarize what it does, it simulates a real user by logging onto a virtual desktop or virtual RDSA host, and it starts to use applications like Outlook, Word, browsing the internet, but also taking short breaks, watching videos, simulate a real user. So what login VSI gives you is basically two important numbers. That is VSI max and VSI base. And VSI base is the initial response times of those applications. And the lower the VSI base is, the better your system responses. And then login VSI takes that VSI base number, and while there are more users adding to the system, that response time is starting to increase. So the system is getting slower until a certain threshold is met. And when the threshold is met, then your maximum capacity is reached. And that is what login VSI called the VSI max. So that is the maximum number of users you can host on that system with that configuration in that workload. So these two numbers on its own doesn't tell you the whole story, but it gives you an idea of the number of users you can host on a system. But more importantly, it gives you an idea what happens if you change one aspect of your configuration. So for example, if you change from Office 2013 to Office 2016, what is the impact of that change? So that is, in short, what login VSI is and how it works. So you get a graph that shows you what is your maximum capacity and a number, what is your initial response time. So basically those two numbers we use in this presentation to compare impacts of different configuration settings.
So thank you for that kind of baseline of what we do with the end-user computing and the benchmark. So the next topic on the agenda is how innovation is changing the conversation. And we came up with this topic as we received some new gear in our lab. And the gear looks as follows. So we have a couple of nodes with AMD EPYC CPUs. And as we know, Intel has been dominating the enterprise server market on CPUs for quite some time. And AMD is kind of stepping in again with this refresh of their AMD CPUs. So the number of CPUs that we use are 2-socket machines, and each socket will have 32 cores. So in total, we have access to 64 cores in a single node, which is a massive amount of CPU power. Memory isn't a limitation in terms of scalability anymore. So when we started doing testing with Windows 10 2004 build, in a 2 vCPU 4 gig profile using the knowledge worker workload from Log and VSI. So when we did see a couple of interesting tidbits, right? We saw very interesting results, and in our opinion, this is changing the conversation. So before, like if we look 2 years back, the conversation was around how dense can we get this system? How can we maximize the system to load as many desktops or users on top of that system to basically maximize on the investment? Now, I think the results that Sven will show you that the conversation is changing, and it's going to be more of a conversation of how big of a failure domain do you accept? Do you want to put all your eggs in one basket? That kind of conversation. But Sven, could you please take it away and tell us about the results of this testing?
Yeah, definitely. So as Kees mentioned, we tested with this AMD system, and the first thing was what I did was launching a maximum number of desktops. So I first started out with 360 desktops, and I lowered the number of memory per desktop because I wanted to see what the maximum capacity was based on the CPU in that system. And the first result I got was not very good. It was, like you see in this chart, the VSI base was very high, 1400, like when I expect below 1000, that's what it's kind of the baseline I would expect. And I only got 189 as a VSI max. And also the chart looks very off. So I looked at the system settings, at the BIOS settings, because I already knew I had optimized my Windows 10 image, what is also very important to do. So I knew it wasn't that. And I looked at the BIOS settings and I saw it was still at the default settings. And this is one of those things that when you do not apply the best practices, you get results that are not optimal. You can get a lot more out of your system if you just look at the best practices and apply those best practices. So in this case, the result I got came because the CPU C-state settings were still enabled. The C6 state was the minimal CPU state. Applying those best practices, and immediately I got way better results. So the VSI base was like 758, so almost half of that. So very good score to be for the application response time. And also the VSI max was 329, so very high number of users on a single node. Then I thought, well, 2.5 gigabytes per VM is not very realistic for Windows 10. It is enough for the login VSI workload, the knowledge worker, but it isn't enough for most real workloads. So I configured the desktops with 4 gigabytes of memory. And what happened was the memory was the limiting factor of that system. So the VSI max was 235 and the VSI base was 727, but the CPU load was still at 75%. So there was still a little bit more capacity on the CPU. So that was quite interesting. So that the memory, now that you got these powerful CPUs, the memory becomes the bottleneck again. So the next step was, well, if I have that CPU power still, what if I add more vCPUs to the desktop? So I added another vCPU to each desktop. So each desktop now had 3 vCPUs. And what I saw was that the VSI base was again lower. So it improves the user experience, the application response times. So while still be at VSI max of 235. So still the same amount of users, but with a better user experience. So that is what you can do with all those extra CPU power. One thing you can do is improve the user experience.
And it's pretty clear that comparing a non-optimized versus an optimized configuration, there's a lot to gain. But obviously, density is not the only goal. It's to maximize application responsiveness as well. And looking at the test that we see on the screen right now, it looks like 235 desktops with 3 vCPUs and 4 gigs of RAM is the exact sweet spot of this particular system. In terms of density versus user experience. Am I right, Sven?
Yeah, and that, of course, that is with this workload. It's not to say that each real live VDI workload can handle 235 VMs, but it gives you an idea of capacity, what you can offer at this moment. Like you said, 1 or 2 years ago, we were at 100 desktops per node or 150 desktop at max, and now you can almost double that.
Yeah, it's almost mind blowing to see kind of the growth of the scale of desktop density, and I think that's a great segue into our next topic: everlasting updates and their effects. So between Sven, Jarian Gibson, and myself, we've been doing a lot of performance testing, and with courtesy of Jarian and Sven doing a lot of work on automating our performance testing, we've been looking at Windows 10 and how it kind of evolves across updates and new releases. And what we've seen is an interesting kind of flow within the Windows lifecycle management. So when we started testing, 1709 was our baseline. That's our 100%. And if we look over the years, 1803 up until 1909, we're seeing a small decrease in desktop density. So going from 100% to 94% is 6%, which is, compared to the same state as a year ago, where we tested the same configuration, but without the current state of Windows updates, we saw a large fluctuation in desktop density. So Microsoft, somewhere down the line, course corrected in terms of what they saw in desktop density. And now we're only seeing a 6% delta between 1709 and 1909. And that's purely on a density perspective. So if we look at the application responsiveness, that's where we do see a fluctuation in terms of how fast applications are launching and responding. So between 1709 and 1909, there's a 17% delta. Now, taking it back to the previous topic, if we have systems that are able to deliver so much more powerful desktops than before, we're mitigating kind of the app responsiveness impact that Windows Update has by just supplying more powerful desktops. That being said, this bar chart goes up to 1909. Sven, I'm pretty sure that you've got something up your sleeve when it comes down to the newer Windows 10 builds.
Yeah, well, and I want to mention this app responsiveness is right the opposite of the VSI base. So a lower result in app responsiveness is in this case worse than a higher VSI base, of course. But what I did was I didn't have the time to retest all those versions again, but I retested 1909, updated, installed the updates until October 2020. And I did the same with the 2004 and the 20H2 version of Windows 10. And what I saw was what 2004 that the VSI max, so the density, decreased with around 4%, but it increased again with around 2%. So this is based on at least 5 tests with each version. So it's an average of those results. But this is the first time we saw an increase in density again with a new version of Windows. About the app responsiveness, with 2004, we saw an increase in app responsiveness as well. So a better user experience if you compare it to the 1909 version. And it's typically the same with 20H2. So it's in this case, an average of 5 different runs. It was 1%, but that's neglectable, of course. But it's starting to look like an improvement with a newer version of Windows 10 again. So that's good news.
It's always a little bit needs a little bit caution in terms of predicting what Microsoft is going to do, but at least there's a trending line upwards versus what we've seen 2 years ago or 18 months ago when we only saw a decline in density and slower application responsiveness. So this for us is definitely something that interests us, because this means that maybe Microsoft is realizing that VDI and end user computing is actually a thing in the world, and they're improving for users all over the world as well. So moving on, and we discussed this during the agenda already, scaling up resources to accommodate higher demands. And again, Windows 10 is a great segue into that, because a lot of our conversations and previous conversations were with customers that were looking to move Windows 7 to Windows 10 or Windows 2008 R2 to Windows 2016 or even 2019. We've had discussions around why VDI and why RDSH or XenApp-like workloads, or CVAD as server workloads or server VDA workloads, whatever you want to define it to. So we did a little bit of testing around that as well, because, realistically, we're seeing a lot more conversations around, should we do 2 vCPUs? Should we do 3 vCPU desktops? Or should we even go to 4 or 5 vCPU desktops? So again, Sven and Jarian together did great work on kind of defining those test scenarios and putting that into easy digestible charts. So again, we started with a baseline of 2 vCPUs. That's our 100%. And then we moved up to 3 vCPUs. And again, this is the VSI max graph. So this is density. And what we saw is moving from 2 vCPUs to 3 vCPUs, there's a decline of 12% in terms of user density. Moving from 3 vCPUs to 4 vCPUs, there's another 7% decline in user density. And if we look at 5 vCPUs, it's a total of 23% less desktops compared to 2 vCPU desktops. So that's a reasonable amount of desktops that you'll lose kind of scaling up these resources. But what does it do from an application perspective? So what additional gains do you get from scaling up these CPUs? And that's defined here in the application responsiveness chart. And again, 2 vCPUs was our baseline. Moving to 3 vCPUs, we saw that applications were responding 5% faster than before. So there's a relatively large uptick in terms of application responsiveness and a relative small gap in user density. Now, moving to 4 vCPUs, we only saw an increase of 1% of application responsiveness and 1% additionally to 5 vCPUs. So this means for us that the sweet spot in terms of user density and application responsiveness is about 3 vCPUs. Would you agree here, Sven?
Yeah, 3 vCPUs with this workload, the knowledge worker workload, is the sweet spot for this configuration. Yeah.
And we saw that the biggest application responsiveness improvement was using 3 vCPUs. Do you have an idea of why that is? Could that be because Login VSI is using single-threaded apps versus multi-threaded apps, for example?
Yeah, what you see is, well, of course, your Windows OS uses the CPU, but then when you start applications, it uses the CPU. But the response time that Login VSI measures are mostly single-threaded measurements and not the multi-threaded applications. So, of course, when you use a lot of multi-threaded applications, then 4 vCPUs might be a more sensible thing to do.
Got it. So I already briefly touched upon VDI versus RDSH. Do you want to take the next few slides, Sven, and talk us through that testing?
Yeah. So what we did was using the same system with the same hypervisor, compare VDI versus RDSH. And in this time, it was VDI Windows 10 1909 versus an RDSH based on Windows Server 2016. And what we saw with the same workload was that you could increase the density with 42%. So 42% more users on the same system. So for the user, it's exactly the same, publish desktop or a VDI desktop. The look and feel is a little bit different because it's not a Windows 10 look and feel, but using the application, the same applications, browsing internet, everything the same, and you could increase the density with 42%. That's kind of huge.
But Sven, you're sharing resources, so surely you have lower application responsiveness.
Well, let's take a look at the application responsiveness then. What we saw was that the application responsiveness was increased with 29%, so better application responsiveness. And this is mainly due because the Windows Server 2016 was basically the same build as Windows 10 1607. So as we saw with the Windows updates, that the application responsiveness decreases with each new version. You can imagine that the 1607 Windows 10 version was pretty responsive as it comes to application responsiveness. So and another thing is because you are sharing a desktop, the first user that starts the application might have a slow response, but the next user and all the users that comes after that, when they start an application, part of that is already memory and CPU instructions. So it will start much faster than when a user on a VDI desktop starts the application for the first time.
So lesson learned there is never be the first one to log on to the system in the morning because you'll take the hit of slowness where others take advantage of that. All right, that's cool. Thanks, Sven. So let's move on to the next topic, and that's how security can impact performance. And I know, Sven, this has been a bane of your existence for the last few weeks, and we wanted to specifically deep dive into a newer feature that has been around on other hypervisors, but Nutanix AHV is just recently added, and it's something that you've been testing with. It's Credit Guard, it's Credential Guard, and we wanted to talk about the performance impact of enabling Credential Guard using Windows 10. And just to give everybody a baseline of what Credit Guard is, it's a way of protecting security assets like user credentials and it uses a technology called VBS. And VBS uses hardware virtualization features to create and isolate a secure region of RAM from the normal system. So it impacts performance. And Sven, I know you've been doing a lot of performance testing around CredGuard and the impact of that. Could you just walk us through the graphs that you have?
Yeah, sure. With regards to the density, was a decrease in density of around 20%. So just by enabling Credential Guard on your Windows 10 virtual machines and by enabling the group policy, your density will decrease by around 20%. Well, of course, this depends on the hardware you use. This was on a Skylake CPU. With newer CPUs, it will be a little bit better, but you will definitely hit a density impact between 10 to 20%. So about the app responsiveness, we also saw a decrease in application responsiveness. So around 10, 12% lower application responsiveness. So yeah, as a VDI admin, you would probably want your users to have the best user experience, and you don't want to be bothered about these kind of security settings maybe. But like with Spectre and Meltdown, there was a period, should I enable it, should I not enable it, because it has a performance impact. Well, we're now at a time it's enabled by default, and there will probably come a time where your security team will ask you to enable Credential Guard on every endpoint or every VDI machine in your environment. And when the time comes, you have to realize that it will comes with a performance penalty as well. So be very careful about that, and also test before you enable that on your environment.
I think that's a great kind of a piece of advice to people listening to attending this kind of session. So last but not least, let's talk about performance details on adding GPU capabilities. GPU has been a topic of a lot of our conversations, and it's kind of hard to quantify the addition of a GPU. We've been talking about logging VSI for all of this session. But the problem with adding GPUs is that Login VSI captures data on the remote session. It captures data on the remote host. It doesn't really capture the data on the endpoint side, on the user experience side. So we've been lucky enough to work together with NVIDIA on with a tool called NVector. And NVector is NVIDIA's own tool. And like I said, we've been benchmarking systems with NVector, and you could add GPUs to the system to improve remoted frames, image quality, consistency, and end user latency. And I know, Sven, you've been waiting for us for the whole session to talk about your experiences with NVector and what you've seen during your testing there.
Yeah, well, with NVector, it's like you said, it's a whole different tool than Login VSI, where Login VSI clearly focused on the density and the application responsiveness on the remote system itself. This NVector focuses on measuring the end user experience from the endpoint perspective. So one of those things is the end user latency. And what NVector does, it's putting a layer on top of your screen, and it has a colored bar, so different colors in a bar, and that those colors will change during the session. And NVector measures how fast that change is represented on the endpoint. What we did was we tested with NVIDIA RTX 8000 cards. We loaded a bunch of VDI desktops with GPU and without GPU. So we tested first without GPU, and then we added a 1 GB vGPU profile to the desktops. And we did the same test again with NVector. And what we saw was that the average end user latency was a lot lower when you added a vGPU to your VDI desktops. Another thing was host capacity. So when you don't have a GPU in your system, all the encoding, creating the the frames to send over to the endpoint are done by the CPU. What you will see is that the CPU usage will be a lot higher when you don't have a GPU attached to your virtual desktops. And what we saw was an average of 82% without GPU, so CPU only system, and only 53% CPU usage when you added that GPU card.
Right, that's a great piece of analysis and insights for people attending this this session. So as we're reaching the end of our time here, let's summarize the key takeaways for maximizing for performance or density. As said, failure domains are now becoming part of the conversation. How comfortable are you with 235 desktops running on one node? Are you comfortable with that, or do you want smaller failure domains? The good thing here is that technology is no longer stopping you, so it's now a kind of conversation of how comfortable you are with higher densities. Be aware of the impact of these everlasting updates. As we've seen in the slides before, impact can be on user experience or on user density in a positive way or in a negative way. Either way, make sure that you realize that change will impact both user density or user performance, and you want to be know upfront. So make sure that you test those changes one parameter at a time, so you know the impact of the change on either user density or user performance. And security comes with a trade-off. So if we enable credit card, as Sven said, it's probably going to be the standard in the next foreseeable future. Make sure that you understand the additional impact of adding these security features. And last but not least, GPUs can be a great addition to enhance user experience overall. So with that, I want to thank you for attending this session, Sven. I want to thank you again for being such a great host or co-host during this session. And thank you for attending.
And with that, it's now time for our next prize winner. We have another Visa $500 gift card. This one's going to Jeff Pryor from Utah. Congratulations to Jeff Pryor from Utah. Don't forget, still 2 more Visa $500 gift cards to give out at the end of today's EUC Summit, so make sure that you stay tuned. And with that, it's now time for our next session on Architecting for Success, VDI Design Deep Dive with Jarian and Dave from Nutanix. Take it away.
Welcome to the End User Computing Tech Summit. We are going to talk about Architect for Success, VDI Design Deep Dive. Learn how to design and architect a VDI solution. My name is Jarian Gibson. I am a staff solutions architect with Nutanix in the End User Computing Engineering team. And with me is Dave Brett, a customer who's going to share his design from his point of view.
Thanks, Jarian. Yep, my name is Dave Brett. I'm based in Liphook in the UK, work for a healthcare provider over here. I'm a Nutanix NTC and a current Citrix CTP.
So welcome, Dave. Great to have you. So let's go ahead and jump in. Let's talk about our agenda. We're going to do our introductions, which we just did. We're going to do some considerations that Dave had for his deployment when he looked through to set up his environment. We're going to go over the design that Dave did, the migration, and then have a closing section. So let's start with the customer case, Dave. Tell us about your company.
So I currently work for one of the largest private healthcare providers in the UK. We have a global Citrix deployment spanning over 12 countries. The vertical I'm in healthcare, it leans very heavily on the concurrent licensing model. We have around 4,000 concurrent users, but over 12,000 named. The platform we have, it needs to be up and running 24/7 every day of the year. Reasons for that is it's very heavy hitting if there is an outage, because the services we provide directly affect our customers. We're going to talk a little bit today about the transformation towards HCI away from the traditional 3-tier approach that we had. And also as part of this, we had a migration from our on-premises data centers into third-party hosted data centers. So over the rest of this presentation, we're going to talk about some of the considerations and designs and solutions we came up to best fit our needs.
So let's talk about considerations that you had during the design and architecture pieces for your deployment. So let's first start off with the business constraints, and what were your business constraints that you had?
Like I said earlier, the business constraints are a big one. Often you're pushed down a funnel that is not necessarily fit for the workloads that you want to run on the platform. The reason for this could be like management deals or agreements that are in place before you come to the table with your EUC offering. So essentially for us, we had the choice of Azure PAC, which was a on-prem offering, third-party hosted virtualization technologies, where each technology was in its own networking zone, and we had some firewall issues around that, and we were forced down a route of lift and shift what we had into another data center. This was not an option for us at the time because of performance and various other considerations. Another thing we had to consider was trusted providers. We've got a bunch of trusted providers on the books already. Onboarding new partners and new vendors can sometimes be difficult in a large enterprise. So there's a lot of due diligence that needs to go on up front. We had to consider the time around adding that into the business. One of the first things I was asked was, what is Nutanix? So a lot of managers and people out there may not know what HCI is and how it can help them out with their EUC platform. And they're used to traditional 3-tier and a traditional way of deploying end user computing. And one of the final ones, it was how to future-proof the environment. So how we could build something now that would last and be performant and resilient years down the line.
So let's talk about cost and what your costs were when you were looking at your options for the platform for your deployment.
So one of the first things was hardware. So HCI versus traditional. So hyperconverged platform over traditional 3-tier. One thing that we did want to point out to the businesses, Nutanix isn't like a cheap replacement for traditional infrastructure. It's not like an easy way and a very cheap way to replace what you've got with an incredibly performant platform. What you do get is you kind of get all your eggs in one basket in terms of vendor spend. The cost is comparable, or at least it was for us on a hardware level. But when you consider the additional stuff like storage that you've got on top of a traditional 3-tier hardware, then the Nutanix HCI model stacked up very well for us. Licensing costs around the hypervisor, I'm not going to get too into this, but we had some decisions around what hypervisor to run and the cost of that for running not only infrastructure, but the VDA workloads. Storage costs. Storage can be quite expensive, especially the cost of huge SAN arrays for end user computing. As a result of us moving away from 3-tier into HCI, we were able to give over 36 terabytes of SSD storage back to the business for them to use elsewhere. So that was a benefit we had. And the two other ones, support costs, multiple vendors. So having to manage multiple support contracts for your hardware, storage, networking, and all of that. For us, putting all of that into a single pot not only reduced costs there, but it gave us a much easier way of getting support on the platform and staff. So having lots of different teams to manage lots of different pieces of a single EUC deployment, whereas going to an HCI model enabled us to, for our in-house EUC teams, to look after both the hardware, the storage, and the networking of the EUC platform.
And so talking about, understand your requirements, understand your use cases. So some things you have to think about is what is a use case, right? And when you're thinking about what is a use case, the first thing you want to do is groups of users with similar requirements. So making sure you put those kind of into those use cases, specifically with performance requirements, application requirements, and so forth. And then once you go from there is, why does that matter for infrastructure sizing? Well, once you understand the groups of users and the requirements, then you can kind of identify the desktop resource requirements. Those resource requirements can be CPU, memory, IO, capacity. Look at things like the OS requirements. They need a certain version of Windows 10. Hopefully no one's on Windows 7 anymore, so we should be talking about Windows 10 and understanding which version of Windows 10 we need to go to. Then look at the applications and their usage patterns. Some of those things, are these applications single-threaded, multi-threaded? And here in a little bit, we'll talk about how that impacts your choice of CPU. Then look at persistent versus non-persistent. And other things we'll talk about later, too, is how to protect those. Also, when it comes to, storage capacity of those and protecting those. And then GPU. Does GPU make sense or does not make sense? Can you get by with more CPU versus going with GPU? And then again, what is a use case? That's going to give you a more accurate sizing and model selection once you understand those use cases. So let's talk about some sizing rules and guidelines. First of all, how are you going to collect those? And if you're coming from the physical world into the virtual world, you can use tools like Liquidware, their Stratosphere, look at Lakeside, Perfmon, even maybe Uber Agent, other tools. If they're coming from a virtual world, you can, potentially pull stats from the hypervisor metrics, but, don't just go peaks and valleys, look at averages as well, kind of get a full picture. Either way, you want to collect this kind of information for at least 7 days and preferably up to 30 days to give you a full picture of a month. I know there's been times where I've been involved where in my past, they didn't account for month-end processing, and that's when requirements really jumped up. And so if that picture was missed, that's going to affect your sizing. And during that time of the month, when they're doing month-end processing, that could cause some user experience issues. And then think about the data points to collect. You want to get your memory usage and allocated. Again, GPU requirements. Do you need a GPU? Does some use case need a GPU? Does all need a GPU? Disk capacity, because you want to make sure that you size your storage properly, especially when you're looking at profiles. Things like FSLogix or any other kind of disk-based container. You want to make sure you have the proper disk capacity. I mentioned Windows versions earlier, but you also want to think about Office versions, 2016, 2019, and so forth. And again, look at your application list and know how those applications can impact performance. What can affect your sizing? Again, Windows versions, especially if you're today on Windows 7 and you're going to Windows 10, there's going to be a change in the performance footprint of that. The same thing with Office. Look at security patches, Spectre, Meltdown, and so forth, and even tools, antivirus tools, any kind of security tools. Those can impact your sizing because maybe you're not starting off with those today, but then you're adding on extra security tools. So those can really impact your sizing. Memory config, make sure that you have a balanced memory config because unbalanced memory can cause performance issues, and also making sure you have the proper memory speed. Then look at display protocol. Even within Citrix, which Dave is running virtual apps and desktops in his environment, looking at things like the different protocols that Citrix offers can also look how that can cause extra performance overhead. Now I mentioned CPU, so let's talk about CPU strategies. What's better, more cores or speed? Well, one, you have to look at the cost, and two, you have to understand your application list, your application landscape. Can you get by with, do you have single-threaded apps or do you have multi-threaded apps? Now, the nice thing is now that we've gotten into the newer Intel Cascade Lake and higher, and in our G7 nodes, you can find a pretty good processor to help kind of balance that, if it's a single-threaded app and you need higher clock speed, or are they multi-threaded apps, and then do you need more cores? Well, for this chart, for example, look at the 24-core 3 gigahertz processor, which that kind of offers you a good balance of high cores, but also, too, a nice clock speed as well, where if you had higher requirements, you might look at the 16-core 3.4 or even the 8-core 3.6. This is where, again, understanding your applications come into play whether they're single-threaded with higher clock speed or multi-threaded with more cores. So next thing, let's talk about support. I know support's a big thing. You touched on it earlier. So let's talk about your support considerations when designing your environment.
So support was big for us because of the need for our platform to be up the whole time. If something goes wrong, we need the in-house expertise to be able to deal with that. And if we don't have that, we need somewhere to go where we get a fast, responsive, good support experience. Moving down the road we didn't expect the service we got, and that's the reason it's in this presentation. So one of the first things seems simple, but the UK SEs that we have assigned to us, they set up a Slack group and they put all the relevant people in it. So if we ever need anything, we can just send a quick message down there, and generally you get an answer back pretty immediately, which is quite nice to have, and something that I've not really experienced in the past with many vendors. There's always a single go-to point for our support needs. So we have a Nutanix portal, we log a call, that goes to our SEs, who then contact us and say, is everything okay? Are we doing enough? And as you expect, to give you the support experience you want. You get your assigned technical SE, so you get like more of a sales guy, and then a technical guy assigned to your account, which is great, and they're always the people that you go to. And we had hand-holding during the initial install and configuration. So we had the SEs come on site, they walked us through foundationing the blocks originally and getting the clusters up and running, which was really useful. And then they make sure you're comfortable with doing that going forward. And if you're not, then they'll happily keep coming in and helping you build these things until you are. From a sizing assistant side, a friend of mine and Jarian's Case helped with that. He jumped on a call without an issue and helped us look at the existing platform and size the Nutanix platform accordingly. And then there's a shout up there for Jarian as well. A couple of times on a weekend where we've run into issues, I've sent Jarian a message and he's jumped straight back on and assisted with it. So the reason that this is up here is to call out the excellent support that we've had from Nutanix from the day we purchased the kit right up until now. The picture up there, incidentally, is a picture of a lockdown meal that Nutanix sent to their customers. Hopefully everyone who's listening who's a customer got one. But it was a very nice American barbecue meal sent. It was very, very good.
So now we're going to move on to the design phase, and this is where we kind of get into the meat of things in your environment, and starting from there. So rack and networking.
The first thing with the kit we've got put in, there's a requirement for top of rack switching, and the data centers that we moved into, they did have top of rack switching, but they were using FEX cards, so they were extending the fabric all the way back up to the core switches, which didn't sit well or work with the Nutanix kit we were putting in. So we had considerations around having two top of rack 10 gig network switches and a top of rack out of band switch, which is something you definitely need to consider if you're buying it and you don't have that in your data center already, because you're going to need that to run it effectively. What we did look at is the infrastructure as well as part of the Nutanix investment that we made. So whereas before a lot of deployments I've certainly come across will run infrastructure on a certain type of hypervisor and then the workers on a different hypervisor, they might be in different areas of the data center, and the data paths for like a virtual apps and desktops deployment might be very varied. It might pass through multiple switches, multiple firewalls. We tried to move everything into the HCI stack within a rack. So like licensing, storefront, SQL, all that traffic was contained within the rack and not leaving the top of rack switches. So it meant we had a faster, more reliable infrastructure layer sitting over and above our workers, and there was less non-user traffic going out of that rack. which was quite good. It reduced the load on the network, not massively, but it reduced it enough to make a bit of a difference. And as a result of that, we consolidated all of our traffic paths and locked the Citrix traffic into a single or multiple racks, depending on how much kit you have at the time.
And then here, kind of your layout of the Citrix traffic and how the traffic came in your environment.
Yep.
So your cluster sizing and your hypervisor.
Yes.
I know we're talking about some migration in a little bit, but I know you switched hypervisors.
We did, yeah. So something we needed to consider around the cluster size was we have a lot of workers and a reasonable amount of infrastructure, but we didn't want the cluster too big that the upgrade window would be too large. If you've ever worked with the Nutanix kit, then during an upgrade cycle, doing like your foundation and your Nutanix cluster checks is fairly simple and straightforward. Once you start getting into doing the hypervisor and the actual platform layers and stuff like that, then the time that you need to upgrade extends to about an hour a host-ish. But then when you put firmware in the mix as well, then that time can go up quite a lot because the host needs to evacuate all the VMs and then boot into Phoenix and then patch the firmware and then exit from that. So we considered how long that would take if we were to do an upgrade, and we sized the clusters enough so the failure domain wasn't so big that we would lose everything, and that we could do a full cluster upgrade of firmware and software over a single weekend or a single maintenance window, which is something we didn't have before. We just had all these huge clusters with all these workers chucked in, and shuffling everything around and moving everything ended up taking a lot longer. One of the considerations we had around having multiple clusters was the management of master images in those clusters. And fortunately for us, we use MCS, so it's quite simple. We did move, as we'll get onto a bit later, we moved away from provisioning services onto MCS, and we use protection domains heavily to replicate those master images around, and it works quite well. There is a few manual bits that you have to do, but it's not too painful.
And so you see here, you started off with your upgrade software pieces and then going from there. So kind of your storage design, I think on here was the biggest takeaways on storage design, making sure you can scale, lack of complexity, your storage containers. But the biggest thing here is setting your storage containers up properly. And so whether, if you're going to be doing non-persistent, that's where you're looking at compression with inline compression. With anything persistent, you're going to be looking at using dedupe. Typically in the EUC space, we don't do any erasure coding because it doesn't provide any benefit at this time. And then kind of, why don't you touch on real quick about how you did your infrastructure versus VDAs?
So the one thing we didn't want to have to do is manually touch any of the storage. We wanted to just be able to add nodes and it scale. What we did is we had a massive storage container for all of the storage in the clusters, and then we allocated certain buckets of storage to different profiles. And with the infrastructure, we had like heavy compression turned on, and we had a whole load of different storage configurations for the infrastructure over the VDAs, whereas the VDAs might be a little less heavy on the space saving side of things and focus more on the performance, whereas the infrastructure we could get away with kind of crushing that data a bit heavier whilst it still sits on the same underlying disk. And then as we add nodes, those buckets just grow as we add them. We decided not to put any limits on them because coming from where we were to putting Nutanix in, the amount of storage you get is very different. Like you build a 15, 16 node cluster and you look at the storage that you have available, and generally that's more than what you would have in a traditional 3-tier. for the same-ish size environment. Excuse me.
And then kind of Nutanix files. So, you know, this is going to be the scale out file server in your stack. I know that you're using this with user profiles, with FSLogix, your AppV applications. I know that you're replicating today using backup2 to replicate your profiles between your two different clusters and locations. And then do you want to touch on, you know, your experience with your files, and then I'll go deeper into files in here in the next few slides.
Yeah, for sure. So first thing I've got to say around files is incredibly easy and fast to deploy. It took less than 20 minutes to have it up and running. Once the prereqs are in place, it's the same methodology that Nutanix kind of have for all this stuff. It's like single click deployment, put some IP addresses in, give it a name, point it at the domain and click go. We had considerations around what type of file share to use. We ended up going for distributed file shares for all of our file exports that we have. We do have continuous availability now on all of the shares as well. For FSLogix, we've also got file analytics running, which is great for giving us insights into how the storage is performing, what's being used, if there's any issues with like permission changes and stuff like that. We use, like it says up there, we heavily dependent on AppV applications, and we use AppV Scheduler or AppVentix, I think it's called now, to pre-cache all the applications at boot, and we have a nightly boot schedule for all of our VDAs. So it's several hundred VDAs that we restart every night. We restart them all at the same time. There's around 30 gig of AppV apps that get pulled down, and the files cluster and the VDAs handle it fine. So it just pulls all that data down. It's quick and then ready to go the next day. It's very good. It's very performant, and it's easy to manage. And more importantly, it's easy to manage for us. So if we need to make a change to the files infrastructure, rather than having to go to a third party to get some permissions on like a NetApp filer changed or something like that, it's something that we can do in-house and we can react to quite quickly.
So let's talk about Nutanix files and EUC use cases. So one of the use cases that Dave mentioned was profile data. So storing your different profile solutions on there, things like FSLogix, profile management, any other profile solutions, then looking at it for user and departmental data, file shares, any kind of things like that. And then look at your application layering and profile containerization. And again, Dave mentioned that he's using it for FSLogix. He's also using it for AppV as well for his AppV packages. Other things that you can use files for, things like app layering, the user profile layers, the elastic layers, VMware, VHD, and guest storage. Citrix profile with their containers, whether it's the Office 365 containers or the new profile container, using the virtual user personalization layer, and then VMware as well for its configuration user data. Another use case could also be for deprovisioning VDIS as another option for using files with it. One of the nice things with files is 3.7 has been released. So there's some configuration options in there that are default settings that makes FSLogix being deployed on distributed shares much easier and simpler. And then we also have a thing where we can distribute folders at any level. So things like the user layers from app layering or the user personalization layers, where it puts the extra user folder in the path, we can now distribute at any layer or level instead of just doing the root of the share. 3.7.1 added the ability, Dave mentioned, using continuously available shares. And so that was added in 3.7.1. So making sure that you're using the latest and greatest files, because there are definitely some things to help with EUC use cases and files. And then considerations, standard versus distributed, scale up versus scale out, local cluster versus remote cluster. The main takeaway from here is that you always want to try to use distributed share if possible. That way you can load balance those connections across the files server VMs. Again, with app layering, user layers, and user personalization layers, there was an issue there. But now that we can distribute at any level in 3.7, that fixes it. That fixes that issue. And then scale up versus scale out. You have to start off with 3 file server VMs and deployments, and then you can scale up settings and scale out settings, or scale out those depending on your environment. Typically, we want to scale out so we can load balance across multiple file server VMs. But depending on the amount of connections you have, you may want to scale up the resources too, to make sure that you can fit those connections. And then local cluster versus remote cluster, meaning do you want to have files co-hosted with your EUC workloads, or do you want to do a remote cluster? And I'll talk about that here. So we did some testing internally, and we did it with distributed shares, without cloud cache, with cloud cache, profile containers, and we saw about a 5% CPU difference when you have files in the same cluster as your workload versus using a dedicated files deployment. So about a 5% CPU bump when having the file server FSVMs co-located with your workloads. Cloud cache does have a little bit of performance impact. It does add another point of resiliency. Just know that it can increase the logon times a little bit, but also it's going to cache locally on the workload along with replicating out to the different cloud cache locations as well. If you're going to use cloud cache with FSLogix, just make sure that you're using the later versions. As earlier this year, they released a nice update with a bunch of cloud cache fixes, and there's a latest release too that has even more cloud cache fixes as well. Your master images around and using machine creation services. So in this example here, you're going to take the master image and you can use protection domains at the Prism element level, use runbooks, use the template thing we talked about at the PC level. But the main thing is you're just going to protect that master image, ship that over to the other cluster, and then spin up your catalogs from there. If you're doing anything with full clones, same concept, same tools, but instead of just protecting the master image, you're going to be protecting each of the full clones because those are dedicated full clone machines. So make sure that those are taken care of. So now let's talk about migration. What we'll talk about is migrating the hypervisor, Citrix hypervisor images. Sorry, not Zen server, Citrix hypervisor images, because I had slipped and said earlier. But the main thing is we have a product called Move, and Move will help you with AHV, migrating to AHV from ESX or Hyper-V or even, AWS. But we don't have a tool for Citrix hypervisor, so it's a manual process. Whether you're doing the manual process with Citrix hypervisor and AHV or using the Move tool, the biggest takeaway from here is making sure that you boot things up once they're on AHV, make sure they're working. You potentially may have to reinstall the VDA with the hardware change and driver changes, but don't just blindly migrate and try to roll things out. Make sure you always power things on, make sure they're working, they're good to go, and then fix the VDA, repair the VDA, and then roll out your non-persistent images. Also make sure to optimize and clean up things as well before you roll things out. So Dave came from his old environments, and in this session we kind of talked about moving from his old 3-tier to his new HCI architecture, and kind of design it from a customer's point of view perspective. So you see here some things. He had some issues with tough to scale, performance issues, complex. He touched on support, touched on upgrade, but then you see coming over to Nutanix where he had reliable performance is one of the things that we always touch on, is that linear scalability that we test. We show in our reference architecture guides, simple, scalable, easy upgrades, and also too, you saw Dave talk about his support experience. Whether it's the hypervisor or the hardware, no finger pointing, just with one phone call to make. And then let's touch on here a nice thing from the boss, man. Do you want to go ahead and touch on this real quick before we wrap up, Dave?
Yeah. So I asked him for a quote on it, and he did. A long story short, he said it's one of the platforms that he looked at that was like a no-brainer for our EUC. It made sense for him to move to that, and the performance improvements and the more importantly, the customer experience improvements we've had moving from the old environment onto the new has been incredible. They're incredibly happy, which makes, at the end of the day, my life a lot easier.
Yeah, I bet that's the main thing, is making sure the higher ups are happy and the users are having a great user experience. So thank you to Dave for joining us and going through and talking about his experience with designing his environment with Nutanix and his migration. And we hope you enjoyed this session, and we'll talk to you later. Thank you, Dave.
Thanks very much.
All right, another excellent session on today's EUC Summit. I'm excited now to introduce our next two presenters on the event, Timon and Michael from Nutanix, talking about field deployments, customers talking tech. Take it away.
Hey, welcome, and thank you for joining this great session, EUC Customers Talking Tech. You will hear Timon from Robert Gordon University and Michael from Vodafone talking about their virtual desktop and application deployment. While they share their EUC insights, they both will talk about IT horror stories, their first job, and if they clean their desk, their room, or their car first. It will be fun. Enjoy. Hey, Timon, good to see you.
Hi, Ruben. Good to see you as well.
You look great. Thanks for joining.
Thank you. Thank you for the invite.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Hey, maybe you can sort of introduce yourself. Like I know you for sure, but others don't. So please introduce yourself and also where you work.
Yeah, sure. So my name's Timon Watson. I'm the end user computing team lead at the Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen in Scotland. So I've worked in IT for 20 years now. So I started back in 2000 at the university. So I have been there for 20 years as a first line IT support technician. Worked my way into the infrastructure team back in 2012. That was my first introduction really into Citrix and virtual apps and virtualization and AppV and things. Joined just as they were rolling out XenApp 6.5. I've been involved in Citrix and EUC ever since. Latterly became the infrastructure development team lead, and now I'm the end user computing team lead.
Nice.
And
nice.
yeah, RGU 20 years is a good place to work. So for a brief introduction, it's kind of a tech university. It's been in existence as an institution for well over 100 years. Very focused on the tech subjects, so computing, architecture, engineering, business, law, health, art and design. And currently the Scottish University of the Year and one of the top universities in the country for graduate employment and student satisfaction, which we're very proud of.
Nice. Hey, how would your best friends or maybe your parents, how would they describe what you do for a living?
Oh, they have no idea. I think it's that thing with all modern jobs, is that nobody really knows what their friends or family actually do for a living. So they just know I do computers. They don't really understand. I still get handed laptops and can you fix this laptop? It's like, I don't really do this anymore. I can build you a virtual EUC environment. I can't fix your laptop.
Yeah. All right. So what's your first job? So you described your 20 years in RGU.
Mm-hmm.
Was that your first job or prior to RGU? Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, that was my first proper job. So I had a few, while I was looking for an IT job, I did a few bits and pieces. I was like a security guard at a tourist attraction and things like that. But that was my main, that was my first career job, really. I've been there ever since.
Yeah. So you're always like in RGU for a long time. So what is, I would say like everyone has an IT horror story.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I do have multiple of them, but it's not about me now. But what is like your IT horror story? Do you have a story like that?
Yeah, there's. I think like most people in IT, there's been a few. I don't have any that are that spectacular, but not long. Actually, after I first started working at the university, we were in a branch office at the time. They were building some new facilities and buildings, so we were in temporary accommodation. We were linked to the main site via a microwave link. And then where we were, there were several buildings. So I worked in the main building and there were some satellite buildings. I had to fix a laptop for an important member of staff. So I went to plug it in. There was no plugs available. So I said to my colleague who I worked with, do you know what's plugged into here? And they're like, no, can I unplug it? Yeah, that's fine. So unplugged it, plugged the laptop in. A few minutes later, phone rings from one of the other buildings. Hey, we've lost all our network connection. That's a bit strange. Go over, have a look, couldn't see what it was. Phone the central IT department. They're okay, we'll send somebody up. So while we're waiting, I finished on the laptop, unplugged it, plugged the plug that was back in again. A couple of minutes later, here comes the phone call. Hey, our network's back again. It was like, oh, right. So me and my colleague followed this cable, which was about 30 meters long, kind of went back behind filing cabinets, round behind cupboards, up round over the door, and then eventually went up to a small network cabinet where, yeah, it was plugged into one of the bits of the network equipment, right next to a plug with nothing in it. So it's why it was plugged in the other side of the room, I don't know. So, yeah.
Yeah. I love these stories. Maybe we should write a book about all these stories. Good stuff.
The worst thing was it was a Friday afternoon, so everybody was just getting ready to go home because they didn't think it was going to get back. Then we plugged it back in. I said, sorry, folks, I've got to stay a little bit longer.
Alrighty. Hey, let's shift gears a little bit. So can you tell more about your current, let's call it virtual desktop and applications like end user computing, virtual app and desktop? How does it look like today in your environment? What type of users? What kind of use cases? What kind of apps? What do you support?
So yeah, it's so end user computing in RGU is sorry, excuse me, is quite a broad concept. So we cover not just the virtual apps and desktops, but all the physical ones as well. So we've got a large estate. So we have about 17,000 users in total between staff and students. We use Citrix primarily as our virtual apps and desktop solution. All students and staff have access to it, so they can use it on campus or on remotely. Interestingly, sort of pre-COVID, about 80% of our users were actually on campus. We had quite a large thin client estate throughout the university because for low power devices.
What kind of thin clients are you using?
It's HP thin clients. They are quite old now, so Windows based thin clients. But you know, the thin clients, they last forever, so you certainly get your money's worth out of them. So as I said, all staff and students have access to our Citrix environment. So application-wise, being a university and sort of going through the subjects like architecture, computing things, we have a huge range of applications. I mean, I think we look after well over 1,500 applications, and that goes from your simple kind of Word applications through to some pretty big meaty engineering applications, sort of ANSYS, MATLAB, MathCAD, if this means anything to anybody. And then the architecture department, which has things like SolidWorks, ArchiCAD, Autodesk Suite, Revit, and all those things. So yeah, a broad range of users and a broad range of applications.
Wow, yeah, I can imagine. That's challenging as well with these lot of apps, and also to deliver these apps to sort of everyone is challenging. So, what kind of technologies or products are you using for that?
Sure. So primarily Citrix at the moment. I think we are still one of the biggest Citrix customers in Scotland, at least I think, in the education sector. So Citrix, it's a 3-tier architecture, so all virtualized. Sitting on our SAN at the moment. So virtual apps and desktops 1912 LTSR is what we're using there, and we're kind of using the full Citrix suite where we can. We're an on-campus deployment where we're not doing any Citrix cloud stuff at the moment, and we make use of app layering, WEM, the whole stack. PBS at the moment because that was the best option, although we're migrating over to MCS at the moment. Also looking to move from our 3-tier onto Nutanix hyperconverged infrastructure as well. Just going to get some more hardware installed, and we'll start doing that. We also introduced Frame, desktop as a service, earlier this year as well. So that was interesting. So our primary one of the challenges that we've had is we've got areas of our student body that we don't really cover very well with the virtual apps and desktops, and that's been architecture, the engineering, and the computing students. And that's primarily been because they've got very challenging applications. We did some, but where they've got very high CPU memory requirements and particularly GPU requirements, it's always been technically challenging to do it because we've been doing RDSH, so the server-based computing, as opposed to the VDI model. So
multi-user model instead of single user model. Yeah,
exactly. So then you'd run into issues with a bully session would start, interfering with other people. So this was an area that we wanted to address. Me, particularly with my background in Citrix, I was like, there's a lot we can do now and present these virtually, which opens up huge opportunities for remote distance learning, 24/7 access to facilities, and people can access it on their own device anywhere, which is a great benefit. So we started to look at Frame as that, particularly around the new type of course that was introduced, which is called a graduate apprenticeship. A graduate apprenticeship is developed by the Scottish Government, and it's aimed with filling skills gaps that have been identified in industry. So it's aimed at people who are in full-time employment. So one of the challenges that we had with that is people would go to their employer, they would sign up for this course, they would sign an agreement saying that they would supply all the software and things they needed. I think they would then go to their corporate IT department, who went, no way, we're installing that in our network. So looking for clientless access and something that was browser-based was actually quite a big advantage. And then a lot of the subjects that we're doing are the sort of architecture and engineering ones, which did have the high kind of GPU requirements. And having seen some of the demos of Frame and already being a Nutanix customer, it actually looked like an ideal solution for that. So we bought.
So you're using Frame in with workload machines with like NVIDIA vGPU on-prem?
Yeah. So we're an on-prem deployment. So cost prohibitive for us to run that kind of workload in the cloud. So because we've got the GPU requirement, we run it on premises. And that was the intention, was it was going to be for these GA courses. Then of course COVID happened and we had to change everything. So now it's our architecture students who are using it because they are our most demanding users. Because not all, also they need the high performance and the GPUs, but because they're doing design work, they need that the visual fidelity and responsiveness. So not only has it look good, it's got to have low latency and actually be quite smooth. And that's where I think Frame's been really good. And the other great point
is it also what you like? What is the feedback from the students itself? Do they like it, or is it?
Yeah, it's gone down well. I mean, when we were testing with one of the lecturers, he was concerned that it was so good the students would never want to come back on campus. So they were really pleased with it. And if I look at the level of support calls that we've had coming in for Frame versus Citrix, it's been substantially lower. And I think that's because it's browser based. There's no client to install or access or anything to set up, which makes it far easier.
And from an admin perspective, so your colleagues and maybe yourself, like what's like maybe in a short example, like is it like huge difference, simpler, complex, complex to set up, complex to maintain, or just simple?
No, it's the exact opposite. It is so simple. It's almost unbelievable how simple it is. So I think a great example is my colleague who was primarily working on the Frame setup that we did. He'd never seen it before. He'd not seen any of the tech demos. He'd always managed to be on holiday or doing something where we had the tech demos and the webinars and things on it. So he went on it, having never seen it before. I gave him a 15-minute run through of it and then just left him with it. And he pretty much had it set up and running. And I mean, this year was extremely challenging work-wise, getting the university ready for distance learning in September. And actually the Frame install was something that we more did kind of when we had spare time. So it was like a couple of hours here and a couple of hours there. And we got it up and running so fast. It was really, really quick.
Wow. Cool. Good to see. Good to hear. And good to see these kind of solutions in production.
Mm-hmm.
Couple of looking at time, two other questions, which are not EUC tech related, but just a nice way to end a quick chat. Room, desk, car. Which do you clean first?
Car, definitely. People see my car, they can't see my desk or my room.
I'll just mention a couple of words, and I'm just curious what your first response will be on these words. Scotland.
Beautiful.
Cloud.
Expensive.
Netherlands.
Flat.
End user computing.
Oh, my job.
GPU.
Expensive.
Citrix.
Complicated.
Favorite drink.
Rum.
Car.
Audi.
Holiday.
Oh, Fiji.
Great. That's a nice way to end. Thanks, Timon.
Thank you, Ruben. It's been good fun.
See you next time.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Sweet. That was a great interview with Timon. I enjoyed it. I hope you all enjoyed it as well. Now, next is the interview with Michael. Enjoy.
Hi, Ruben. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Hey, we know each other for a while, but always good to introduce yourself for the people who don't know who you are and where do you work.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, my name is Michael Jensen. I'm working for a company called Vodafone. I think this brand is familiar to everybody. As a lead architect in the remote access area. So basically EUC services provided to our 100,000 plus employees. We are operating as a technology company in more than 21 companies across the globe, right? Providing mobile and fixed gigabit network services to roughly 330 million people.
Wow. Yeah, these are incredible numbers. Hey, if you ask your friends or maybe your parents, but if you ask them like, hey, can you explain what I do in my job? How would they respond to that? What do they think you do in IT?
Now that maybe is different answers. My parents would say, but a guy is sitting 10 hours a day in front of a TV, right? So, and yeah, for my friends, so I've worked in various roles in Vodafone across the last couple of years in people manager roles, but also most of the time in more technical roles like lead engineers, lead architecture roles. At the moment, we are responsible, let's say, to provide a remote access service to the majority of our contact center agents or retail employees, right? As well as shared service functions, bring your own contractors and so on. So this is roughly 55,000 concurrent users.
Wow, yeah. Wow, yeah, great numbers. Hey, like we both are active in IT space for for a while, and like I would say everyone has an IT sort of horror story. Some people call it story, but it doesn't matter how you want to call it. But do you have an personal like IT horror story, something from the past?
Yeah, that goes so that goes quite back to, let's say, the beginning of the 80s, and that gives you an idea how old I am. So my first PC, that was in Texas Instruments 994A with, I think, 16 kilobit of RAM, which compared to today's is nothing, right? So programming on UCSD, Pascal, or Extended Basic or something. At that point in time, if you want to have programs or games or something like that, you had to buy computer magazines. And within the computer magazines, there were source code and listings, and you had to type them into your PC. And then what happened one day, my brother just pulled the plug, right? And let's say all the effort of 1-2 hours of typing was gone. So I would say that was my first introduction into complete nightmare in IT.
Yeah, I remember that as well. Not like the Texas Instruments, but a little bit later with Acorn and of course Commodore. That's when I started into IT. So a little bit later, but not too much difference from that perspective. Good. Hey, you already explained a little bit about the context of Vodafone and virtual app and desktops, the size, the regions. Maybe you can talk a little bit about use cases. You mentioned a little bit about that, but it might be good. And also talk more about the technology being used. So what kind of technologies are being used today, maybe in the past, in the future, but what kind of technologies are being used within Vodafone and end user computing?
Yeah, absolutely. Over the last couple of years, we have been a Citrix customer, right? So we are providing our virtual apps and virtual desktop services based on Citrix technology, predominantly. Like everybody, we were using this old IMA architecture, so XenApp 6.5, Windows Server 2008, and due to lifecycle management reason, of course, we started scouting for the next generation platform, right? And at that point in time, where my data center colleagues were looking into the software-defined data center world, right? We said, okay, let's also keep an eye on hyperconverged infrastructure, because that what we heard and from other customers, that basically that is fitting quite well to the linear scaling of end user computing use cases, right? And then we did POCs with final 4 vendors, and 2 years ago we decided to standardize all our next generation remote access platform on a complete hybrid environment. On-prem we are using Nutanix HCI, and for public cloud use cases we are standardizing our resource layer footprint on Azure public cloud.
Hey, you described earlier, so where the control plane is running, so where the Citrix like engine is running, and not the workers. The workers are running in an Azure and an on-prem environment. But where is the control plane running, and like how does that design look like?
Yeah, so we started with the design with an, let's say, on-prem control layer, right? So this was part of the HCI clusters that we have deployed for each of the local markets. Unfortunately, in the middle, completely in flight mode and within the project, Citrix did some nasty changes to their product roadmap, where basically customer are forced to use their Citrix cloud products in the future if they want to operate on hybrid cloud environments at the end. So at the moment, there's a mixed modes. For some of the local markets, we are operating with on-prem control plane. With all the newer deployments, we have already started to look into Citrix cloud here.
Alrighty. And different tools are being used for like managing user environment, or using just off-the-shelf Microsoft tools for that?
No, of course there is one of the main advantages that also was the baseline for the final decision to go with Nutanix on the HCI layer, was that there's deep integration of the Citrix tools into the Nutanix portfolio, right? So like we are using machine creation services to deploy images and manage the images across on-prem as well as public cloud resource layers. We are using the file service, right, which is also a highly benefit of the Nutanix solution compared to other competitors in that space. But also looking for the public cloud use cases, because you typically want to have profiles and user homes next to the resource layers. We are also looking into Azure files there as well, of course.
Yeah. And from a use case perspective, when do you use like public cloud workers, or when they use Azure and workload machines in Azure, and when on-prem? And what's the future of that from your point of view?
So yeah, in the Vodafone Tech, let's say, community, there is a cloud-first strategy, right? Mobile-first, cloud-first. This is also happening in the remote access space. So for all these thousands of VMs that we are running for the end users. So per default, the applications typically moved or will be migrated to Azure. And but there are so many use cases where public cloud does not fit. There is one of the biggest.
And why not? Is that what is the reason why it doesn't fit?
There's various reasons, but the majority of the let's say reasons why we have to go back to on-prem is latency, right? So imagine the front-end application that is running in the resource layer has to connect to a backend. And typically, you use these Citrix or RDSH technologies because you need to provide outdated, old-fashioned three-tier architecture applications, right? So the backend is still within Vodafone, and if the latency is too high for some of these applications, then it does not work in public cloud. So we need to take these back into our own data centers.
Yeah.
The second use case is there's legal reasons why you are not allowed to run applications in the public cloud. So also these applications then need to stay on-prem.
Yeah. So how would you describe the future of like remote access or end user computing in your team or in larger Vodafone?
I think the future is similar to something that we also had already always in the past, right? So the biggest competition, that is also something we saw in the beginning of this pandemic crisis earlier in this year. The biggest competition is the PC, right? So it's the Windows PC.
The PC, like personal computing, like like a physical device.
Yeah, correct. So the performance that you want to give to the end users needs to be comparable, if not better, than that what you have, let's say, with your physical notebooks or desktops. Of course, remote access service adds security on top of it, right? It makes also the operational side easier to update, maintain applications, updates, and so on. And that what we see is that it will continue in the future. But of course, there is a huge shift to public cloud services. There is a new vendor entering the stage, a new old vendor, which is Microsoft themselves, right, with their Windows Virtual Desktop offering. And we have already started to look into some of our use cases and kicked off pilots with Windows Virtual Desktop as well.
Nice, nice. Well, I think it's good, if you ask me personally, that like big vendors are also entering this space. It's good for awareness. Competition is healthy, and the end good for customers and partners. So yeah, always can applaud partners entering this space for sure. Hey, let's switch gears a little bit. I prepared a couple of words for you, and I'm just curious what your like snappy first response will be when I just mention these words. Okay?
Okay, yeah, cool.
Here we go. Germany.
My home.
Cloud.
Others, people, computers.
Soccer.
We are pretty good in that. I know countries next to us missing all the big tournaments, but maybe that is changing.
Ow. Netherlands.
Yeah, I live very close to the Dutch border. We are all Europe.
Citrix.
Remote access technology leader since more than 30 years, I would say.
End user computing.
Providing best compute power to our employees.
Favorite drink?
Sparkling water.
Car.
Smart. Electric smart.
Holiday.
Nowadays, not too much, but I'm a huge traveler typically. I like the ocean, I like sea. So,
which country do you prefer? Any? Like
every country where I have my wife with me. So anything apart from business travel. So Australia. So we have married in Australia.
Wow,
so.
Nice. Yeah, I've never been there. It's on my list. Maybe one day somewhere in the future, we'll see.
Yep. Definitely works.
On your background, I do see DreamLab, and together we can help fight COVID-19 while we sleep. I'm just curious, what is DreamLab, and maybe you can spend like a little bit of time on what it is and educate me.
Thanks for mentioning that. So typically that is what I always do if I do speaker activities, right? So this is a initiative of Vodafone Foundation, which is very dear to my heart, right? So apart from these incredible initiatives like Connecting for Good. There's instant emergency network response. There's instant school. There's Girls in Mobile, where we received a huge award last year in Copenhagen, right, from Nutanix. There's also this DreamLab app that was invented by our Australian colleagues.
Australia again, or Austria?
Australia.
Okay,
Australia again, yeah. Absolutely. And DreamLab is using the process power of smartphones to help analyze complex data during your sleep when you are charging your smartphone, right? So, and that was introduced at the early days for cancer research, and nowadays also is used for corona research.
That's sort of folding at home when you use your local GPU to to support mass calculation, COVID related or like any other.
Absolutely, and if you're charging it, typically you are connected to Wi-Fi. But only if you are using Vodafone mobile networks, we don't charge for the cost of data during that time. So, yeah, a quite nice initiative.
Nice. Okay.
And I would encourage everybody. So please download the app from Google Play Store or Apple Store, and just start it once in a while during charging processes. Everybody can help, and here it does not cost anything.
Good. All right, let's watch a quick video clip where in a couple of seconds you just see how that works in action. Thanks.
The Vodafone Giga network unites us in the fight against COVID-19, even when we're asleep. Simply download DreamLab and charge your phone to support our research together.
Hey, Michael, thanks for joining, and great meeting you again and chatting and learning about your infrastructure, what kind of tools you use, funny words and how you respond to that. Always fun to watch and to learn from that. Thanks for your time, and hopefully see each other soon again.
Yeah, thanks again for having me. It was an absolutely pleasure, and everybody stay safe, stay connected. Cheers.
Cheers. Michael and Timon, big thanks for supporting this event. Hope and trust we'll see each other soon in person. Stay safe and see you next time. Bye-bye.
Excellent sessions, excellent content all around. It's now time for our final gift card announcement. We have 2 Visa gift cards. These are going out to Amy Kwan from Maryland and Sahil Patel from New Jersey. Congratulations to all the prize winners today. Before we go, I want to remind everyone invite everyone, I should say, to the Nutanix IT Unplugged Holiday Edition starting on December 10th. There are 3 chances to catch one great show. I've pasted the URL to register for this event. This is a special Nutanix event that's coming up. If you click on the URL that I actually pasted in the questions box, it'll take you to the landing page for this event. And this is going to be an awesome live event. They'll have special musical guests, Boys to Men, John Resnick from the Goo Goo Dolls, Michael McDonald, live music happening, and really cool educational content all around the Nutanix solutions. So I hope that you'll check out one of these 3 or all of these 3 excellent shows starting or happening all on December 10th. It culminates in the Nutanix holiday party. So we hope to see you there. Check out the URL that we pasted in the questions box. Thank you to everyone who joined us on today's Nutanix EUC Summit. It was an excellent event, excellent content all around. I learned a lot. I hope that you did as well. And we'll see you next time. Have a great day. Bye-bye.